To call to order our November 10th, 2020 Johnson County Board of Education meeting. Ms. Weckerser, please let the record show that we have 6 board members present in the boardroom. Mr. Mike Wooten is not with us today. He is sick, so our thoughts and prayers go out to him today as he recovers. At this time, I'll ask Ms. Terry Sessoms for the invocation, followed by Dr. Smith for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we humbly come before you today to ask for your wisdom and guidance as we make decisions that impact our students, our staff, and our communities. We ask that you will lay your healing hand on those who are sick and suffering, as well as their caretakers, and please give strength to all of our essential workers. I also ask that you help us in these tumultuous times to practice the words of the allegiance that we are about to pledge. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We ask these things in your sweet and holy name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session for the purpose stated on our agenda.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Grant, second by Mr. Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries 6-0. We'll go into closed session. All right, we're back in open session. We already opened up with our quorum of 6. As I mentioned, Mike Wooten is out tonight sick, so we wish him a speedy recovery. Our thoughts and prayers are with him. We've already done our invocation and pledge of allegiance, so at this time, I'll ask for approval of the minutes for our October 13th, 2020 regular session minutes.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Johnson, second by Ms. Grant. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries 6-0. At this time, I'll ask, are there any adjustments to our agenda, starting with Ms. Grant? Dr. Smith?
None, sir.
Ms. Zukowski?
No.
Ms. Sessoms?
Yes, I would like to add an item, it would be D2, to the agenda, additional personnel recommendations from the superintendent.
All right, got that under D2. Mr. Johnson?
No adjustments.
All right, no further adjustments. All in favor of the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 6-0. At this time, we're going to have some updates from our board committees, and I'll start with Mr. Johnson for the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. And cut to the chase, we have a $9.8 million surplus or fund balance. We just went through an audit where, in layman's terms, there is no bad news. We're all in compliance. There's no recommendations for improvement. We do have the funds set aside for supplements for our teachers to go out this month, and there is a $350 per teacher bonus that will be paid this month. After I spoke with Stephen Britt, he informed me of that, and there would be a $300 classified staff bonus paid this month. And, you know, $300 is $300, but it's certainly not enough for what these employees have been through and have pushed this district through. Certainly the backbone and nerve system, and they deserve a lot more than that.
I couldn't agree more. $300 is not a lot after taxes, but staff, you know, a district our size, but they have done a tremendous job with this pandemic that we've been in. They've just went above and beyond the call of duty to assist in any area they could. So we definitely appreciate every one of our staff members, and we're going to have some special staff recognitions a little bit later to just show our appreciation. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr.
Mr. Sutton, and
Yes.
continuing with the financial update, I apologize, but there would be some issues in reversion of funds due to charter schools and stuff that Mr. Britt was going to cover, so I was going to brief you on that.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood the supplement for teachers is coming from the state. The supplement from classified is coming from our district. Is that correct? So, yes, thank you. Our Policy Review Committee is deferring any new policies this month for our new board members to not have a split vote. We're not bringing it information, and then they have to vote on it without having gone through the vetting on their own. Our legal services team has extended the deadline for legal services through December 1st. We do have some viable candidates, and the committee will be considering those as soon as the applications are closed. Our elections committee is on standby right now until the new board members are are seated. And that will be up to that committee then to move forward or keep everything as is. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I just have a few comments. I, reached out to our 2 newly elected board members that'll be joining us in December and have invited them to a welcome/orientation meeting this coming Friday at 2:30 in the boardroom with myself, just to go through the handbook that Dr. Smith has put together over the past couple of years. So we appreciate you doing that, Dr. Smith. And reached out to Ronald and Mr. Wooten as well as Ms. Grant, and congratulated Ronald and Mike on their win as well. So we'll have 2 new board members, as Dr. Smith said, coming in December. So at this time, we'll go into special recognitions. I'll call on Ms. Dolores Gill.
Good evening, Chairman Sutton, Lady Vice Chair Dr. Peggy Smith, and members of the board, Dr. Bracy. It is a pleasure to be with you tonight, especially to be able to do some fun recognitions. We need it very, very badly. And we get the pleasure tonight of having our Volunteer of the Year. Now, typically, you know, this is done during one of our large dinners at Triple S, and we just have a fabulous time together. But because of the conditions we're in, we have invited Miss Sylvia Herring here, and she's going to listen to me read some wonderful things about her. And we also have Miss Carolyn Ennis with us. She is in the next room, and she is always instrumental in organizing these events and helping to get all of our folks recognized. And I would be remiss if I did not just say that what Miss Ennis does as a volunteer for us every day is just absolutely outstanding, and we care so much about her as a part of our JCPS family. So thank you. Our Volunteer of the Year for Johnston County Public Schools for the year 2020-2021 is Miss Sylvia Williams Herring. Volunteering is a great act of kindness and generosity without receiving anything in return. And our 2020-2021 Volunteer of the Year for Johnston County Public Schools has epitomized this principle. Our volunteer believes that giving back makes us feel better as a person. Volunteering for her has been a selfless act of giving without expecting anything in return except her inner joy derived from giving. And this was stated by Dr. Carolyn Ennis, with whom she has worked with closely for over 20 years. Ms. Herring is a native of Johnston County, a graduate of Meadow School, and a lifelong resident of the area. She and her husband, Mark, are blessed with 3 children and 5 grandchildren. Ms. Herring has served her community as a member of the Meadow Advisory Council, the PTA and Athletic Association, the South Johnston High School Advisory Council, Booster Club, and as a substitute teacher. She served as the chairperson of the countywide advisory council for more than 20 years, playing a vital role in the success of our countywide meetings. She founded the Meadow Share program that delivers Christmas boxes to the homes of students, and this program is still serving the community. Ms. Herring never hesitates to advocate on behalf of children to the Board of Education and county commissioners to meet the educational needs of all of the students. Ms. Herring has been previously recognized for her service by the Woodmen of the World, Johnston County Schools, the Kiwanis Club of Benson, and the Benson Chamber of Commerce. You can see why we have a wonderful Volunteer of the Year already. Congratulations and thank you to Ms. Sylvia Williams Herring, Johnston County Public Schools Volunteer of the Year 2020-21.
Thank you so much. I didn't expect this, so I was totally caught off guard when I got the letter through the mail. So I called Miss Carolyn pretty quick and said, "You need to give it to someone else." Because I love Johnston County, I love the people in it, love the students in our school system, and have worked closely with, matter of fact, this room has changed since last time I was in here. I came several times and brought presentations in for things we needed at Meta, which if you remember Meta, years ago it was in die-hard need of some changes. But anyway, thank you so much for having me, and thank y'all for what you do for Johnston County students in our school. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna have you stand right here in front of that desk right there. You can go ahead and present it to her. Oh, my goodness.
Thank you. He's doing good, really good. Thank you. I will.
At this time, I'm also going to turn it over to Ms. Crystal Roberts for some other recognitions.
Good evening, Chairman Sutton, Lady Vice Chair Peggy Smith, members of the board, Mr. Ken Sue, welcome back. Dr. Bracy, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am pleased to introduce and recognize two members of our Equity, Information, and Student Services Department who personify this department's philosophy of servant leadership. Recognized by the North Carolina School Counselor Association was Renee Keith, who serves as Johnston County Public Schools SEL interventionist. Now, if you don't know exactly how to describe this role, I'll give you the one word that Renee, and I know her name, that Renee brings to life every day: impactful. Renee has created an SEL reentry plan for use as our students have returned in cohorts during this pandemic, and a toolbox of research-based resources that educators can use to build conducive learning environments during traumatic times. There are a myriad of ways that Renee demonstrates that advocacy is an action that requires heart and mind. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in honoring a champion for young people and her coworkers, I might add, our North Carolina Advocate of the Year, Renee Keith.
I do not know any of the rules. I'm sorry, and I didn't type up. I do thank you very much for taking the time to recognize myself and the other very valued employees that we have. I'm very honored, thankful. I will tell a joke. Everything had to be mailed to us, and my award is really pretty. And I sent it, so I got that in the mail last Friday, and I sent it to my mom, dad, brothers, and sisters, and I said, just so you remember, I'm wonderful. Humble, but wonderful. So honestly, I am very honored. But as a school counselor, and I entered this role, Suzanne Mitchell gave me the opportunity. I was not the most qualified candidate on paper, but she said she saw my heart. And I quickly learned and cried a lot, because how could I meet the needs of so many students? We had over 1,000 at the time. And then as I've continued to go on about my career, how can I, insignificant Renee, do this? And I've quickly learned to live in that I cannot. I cannot. One of the things that is on a school counselor observation tool is to promote a positive school environment for students. And I'm very passionate that the best way that I can do that is to help encourage our staff in our schools. They're the ones in the classrooms with the students all day, driving them to and from. And I just found a passion in supporting them and encouraging them, because they need to be their best in order for our students to have the best. So I am appreciative that people have just allowed me to walk in my gift. And I want to sincerely, I'm going to look at the camera on purpose, sincerely say to every employee in Johnston County Public Schools that you are valued, you are needed, and you are appreciated. I'm humble to advocate for you and our students, and I'm just very thankful, and I just want to encourage everyone. If we look at our positions as a job, if we look at the to-dos and the we can'ts and the overwhelming, that's what we end up with, very overwhelmed and very defeated. But when I remember that it's more of my calling, and to walk in my heart and my passion, then I find that I can do more than I ever even thought was possible. Thank you all again very much. Thank you to Ms. Roberts and to Dr. Amanda Allen, who has been a tremendous mentor to me ever since I have entered the school counseling role and department. Thank you.
This is what I get to work with every day, and it's a wonderful privilege. Dr. Amanda Allen, whose work we all know as Executive Director of Social and Emotional Learning, was recently recognized as well by the North Carolina School Counselor Association as this state's Counseling Director of the Year. I was privileged to cast my vote via a letter of recommendation in which I stated that she was born to counsel. This is not an overstatement of her commitment to the profession and advocacy for the professionals. What I appreciate about Amanda is her level of engagement and her sense of duty to not only getting the job done, but ensuring that she leaves it better than she found it. Personally, one of my favorite causes. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in saluting Dr. Amanda Allen, State Counseling Director of the Year.
Thank you. It's good to be with all of you tonight, and thank you for the recognition. I just love the timing because you're about to see all of my favorite professional groups come in and be recognized for other reasons. Like, this just worked out perfect for me. But it's really easy to be a director full of a department that they all want what's best for the community and what's best for the students and what's best for the teacher and what's best overall for all of us. So I could not be more thankful to work for Johnston County and with all of these individuals. And I'm really excited that our district was able to earn 2 of these 4 state level recognitions. So I'm very, very proud of what we have to offer, and I'm glad that other people are recognizing what talent we have in our district. So thank you.
I'm so used to wearing a mask. I'll go ahead and kick off our special staff recognitions, and Ms. Gill and I will help to recognize per Mr. Sutton, and we appreciate this opportunity, Mr. Sutton, the opportunity to recognize those who represent the professionals and employees who have risen to the challenge during this pandemic, which is not over, but they have that stamina and are our sheroes and heroes. So we have selected a few employees to recognize on behalf of the group of employees they represent. And Ms. Gill will start this off for us.
Good evening once again, and we were very excited to hear about this. It was a fantastic idea, and we have named this part of our program tonight our COVID-19 Heroes. So for me, I wanted to start with the Operations and Communications Department, and there are some folks that are representing the entire category of those people. So while they are outstanding employees as of themselves, they are representing the folks who have been behind the scenes and really helping us. I will say that tonight we're going to begin with Matt Johnson and Alex Gunler, and you will notice those names, and they're going to stand on a piece of tape somewhere. There's one right there. And you will notice some changes on what's your exhibit sheet. Dewey Baker is out with some illness this evening. Krista Leverett is also feeling a bit under the weather today. And but I'm going to talk a little bit about technology services in a minute. But our first gentleman, Mr. Matt Johnson, he is our foreman for general services, and he is representing facilities. And some things that you may not know about what facilities has done is they have been front and center in the PPE preparation and the custodial preparedness. And one of the things that specifically Mr. Johnson's team has been involved in is hanging the dispensers on each and every wall of 45 schools. This team and our Road Warriors team single-handedly have put those in every classroom, every gym, every cafeteria, and 45 schools in our central campuses, all while dispensing out the PPE, all of the custodial supplies. And when I talk about facilities, whether it's grounds crew, the plumbers, any person it has been since March, they have been willing to do anything they were asked to do, and they have done it with a glad heart and with such a tremendous work ethic. And I just want to thank you for your representation, and he represents us very, very well. We also have with us Mr. Alex Gundler, who is our custodian of the year. And West Smithfield, correct? That is correct. Yes. He is a staple at West Smithfield. People just absolutely adore him. And I have to say that being with the custodians, they've been trained, they've been retrained, they've been given chemicals, they've been working extra time, they've been training people in the cafeteria who don't normally do that and helping them. They've had to train temps. They've had to do anything that needed to be done. And they're already the behind-the-scenes people, but right now they're the most popular people in the building. And really, they're the most popular people always, but right now people realize just how important their work is. And I know that you represent the custodians well, and I thank you sincerely for that as well. Before I round up my first group of folks, Ms. Leverett is not here. But Ms. Leverett is our technology help desk. She works with any problems that folks have in technology, and I want to say this because I hope she's watching. Her and I stayed in facility services one night till 1 in the morning. And what did we do from the time it was, she started about 1 o'clock. From 1 o'clock until 1 in the morning, we got scared by the ice machine when the ice was coming. She was programming hotspots. That's what she did. She wasn't asked to stay. I told her to go home many times, and she would not. And that is the type of person, because every single one that she programmed, she knew that a child would have the very next day. And every time we got closer and closer to a school being finished, we would get excited. And I thought, why wouldn't we be tired? And it wasn't about me. It was about sitting and watching her. And I just want to thank her. And we selected her because she is the face of technology. They also are folks who are quite popular these days. And they help to support our teachers out there to do the very hard work of being out and getting the technology that they need. And that goes for the entire department. So I really want to recognize her. So at this time, I'd love to give a round of applause to this first group of just very COVID heroes. Going to switch out with Miss Mary Ann. We're so used to shaking hands and doing all that stuff. And, I wanted to say that, one of the wonderful things about the COVID situation, if there is any, is all of us have got to go out and be in buildings and sub in buildings. And I was in art on Friday, and I got to see technology in action. I got to see a teacher teaching virtual. I was getting her Google Meet set up, and she was teaching the kids, and the kids didn't miss a beat. I was passing out pieces of construction paper, and that was all I was capable of doing, and she had the rest. But here's what the wonderful thing was. The technology was working, and the children were learning, and they were responding. And so I wanted to say again, that's what technology has been able to do. She said, I didn't know how to do this before we started. But I'm going to tell you what, I was never so glad when she says, text me and I'll show you what to do. I was never so glad when she was on the other end telling me what to do. The next group that's coming in is, we're missing one person. Philip McCullough is our bus driver of the year, and he was unable to be with us. But we have Miss Donna Knight, we have Joy Ennis, and we have Michelle Baker. And I think Michelle's behind me. And I'm going to start with Donna Knipe. If you want to know why the buses are running, there's many reasons, but if you want to know how many times a person can redo routes for a 37,000 person district, this is the reason why. And she is our TIM supervisor. She is the face of transportation as far as making it happen and getting these buses rolling. And she is a quiet lady, but she'll also tell you what will work and what will not work. And when she says something will or will not work, we listen. And she is absolutely outstanding. The transportation department, again, has just risen to the challenge They have made it happen, and I could go on and on all night long about that. Representing our bus drivers, and you may or may not know, Miss Joy Ennis has been with us for a very long time. And if you want to make sure a person has the right driver's license, whether they have been through all of the right processes, whether anything has happened with these bus drivers, making sure everything is correct, with making sure safe drivers are on the road, Joy Ennis is the person behind the scenes making that happen. And the amount of documentation that she has to maintain is absolutely daunting, and she makes it look easy. And we appreciate her so very, very much. And she represents our bus drivers this evening, and I'd like to say that our bus drivers are out there, and when I see those buses going, it's a welcome sight when they haven't rolled since March. And they're doing that each and every day. They've been trained again and retrained again on processes and procedures. And I know that you join me in appreciating them as well as COVID heroes. Thank you for being here. I have our Cafeteria Manager of the Year, Miss Michelle Baker, behind me. Let me tell you, curbside, curbside, curbside. Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, it doesn't matter which plan, they've been at work. And they have been serving food and serving the communities, packing it on buses, getting it ready for daycares that have come up to be able to pick up food, because we've had so much more wider latitude with our school nutrition program, which has benefited so many children and will continue all year because of the ability for children to be able to eat on a free status, all children, this entire year. And menu changes. Limited supplies of things they normally would do. People who may be able to work one day and not the next. People who have had to go and be daycare and child care providers and also help on Wednesdays to be able to clean our buildings. This is the face of school nutrition. And she absolutely is a tremendous representative of that as well. So again, I'd like to present these COVID heroes to you this evening. And let's give them a round of applause. I hope I said it like it was. You're fine. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Miss Roberts, who has our final set. Yes, ma'am? Michelle Baker? Yes. I'm going to turn it over to Miss Roberts at this time.
Good evening again, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce the COVID heroes from Equity Information and Student Services. And our first shero is Ms. Susan Kelly, who is our lead school social worker. We're also introducing to you again tonight Ms. Beth Hockaday, who is our lead nurse, and Mr. Garfield Martin, who is an elementary counselor at Cooper Academy. And just a couple of words about each of these servant leaders. It's just so easy to work with professionals like Susan, Beth, and Garfield and those who they represent, because what they bring to them is a passion for the work, a dedication to students, and ensuring that students get everything they need in order to be successful. Susan, as you know, was the brainchild and the brawn as well behind making sure that our students were fed at the very beginning, making sure that they did not miss meals. Ms. Beth Hockaday, I think you can just imagine what Ms. Hockaday is doing for us as a leader, as a scientist, as a nurse, helping to keep us safe and keep up with the administrative work that goes with this pandemic, that comes along with this pandemic. And Mr. Martin always has innovative ideas when it comes to ensuring that students have what they need in order to learn, because we know that if we don't understand a child's story, they really could care less about learning. And so Mr. Garfield Martin is truly a leader in his arena. So I'd like for you to join me, please, in just saluting Ms. Susan Kelly, who's representing our school social workers. And by the way, as you know, and for the public, our school social workers are actually spread out among our 45 schools. We do not have 45 or 450. And then Beth Hockaday, if you'll join me in saluting our lead nurse, and Mr. Garfield Martin, who is representing our elementary counselors.
And I've got to say, I work with 18, not really.
So they can hear you.
I work with a total of 19 of the best, most intelligent, most heart-filled nurses in the whole wide world. So if we could please give them a hand too.
Thank you. And now we'll be joined by Alexia Flythe, who is representing our middle school counselors, Rosanna Orozco Wise, who is representing our high school counselors, and Mr. Marlon Lee, who is representing student advocates. They are here again, as you know, to represent those in their professional arena. And we want to thank Ms. Flythe for being here representing her middle school counselors. This is her first year with us, and she tells me that she is enjoying it. We are happy to have her, and would like for you to retire here, Alexia. But she just comes full of hope and commitment to the profession. Ms. Orozco Wise has been a high school counselor. As a matter of fact, my 30-year-old had her as a counselor. I'm not putting you out there, Rosanna. What I'm saying is that she has touched many lives, and she represents, among high school counselors, what they do. And what they do best is touch lives and give them the spirit that they need to be productive citizens of society. And Mr. Marlon Lee, what can I say about him? Mr. Lee is one of our own graduates. He's a graduate of Triple S High School and has been at Clayton High for some years, representing student advocates tonight. And I shared with you earlier about Renee Keith and how she brings advocacy to action. Mr. Marlon Lee does the same. His middle name is Advocacy. So he represents those student advocates who are out there making sure that students are engaged, reaching out to the disengaged, and ensuring that they know that there is someone and there are people in this district who care about them and who care about their success. So please join me in saluting our middle school counselors, high school counselors, and student advocates tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. I would just like to say that it's an honor to salute these heroes. I like the COVID-19 heroes, and we've got many, many more that we'll be recognizing the next couple of months as well. But every one of the ones that were recognized tonight play a very valuable part to Johnson County Public Schools on a daily basis. I could sit here and talk about every one of them and describe them, but one that comes out, and I appreciate Ms. Beth bringing up the nurses, because every one of the COVID cases, the they're tracing who they were close contact with. They're spending many, many hours outside of the school building making sure that we keep everybody safe, as well as the custodians fogging the buildings. I could go on and on, but I just salute each and every one of them tonight, but those stood out tonight. But the bus drivers, the Tims, I mean, they got it done in 5 weeks when we were here back in August, I think it was, when we were talking about it. So every one of them play a valuable part. So thank you, Ms. Roberts.
It's great to see everyone again. I have the wonderful honor of recognizing our Assistant Principal and Principal of the Year. As you know, each year, Johnston County Public Schools selects an Assistant Principal and Principal of the Year for our district, and we're certainly thankful that we were able to call upon some retirees this year who helped us in the selection process. And I would like to first share with you Ms. Carson Catalati. You all know these two superstars behind me, but let me just share a few things about Ms. Carson with you. 13 years in education. She served as a teacher in our school system at South Smithfield Elementary and Dixon Road Elementary School. She did her internship at West Smithfield Elementary and has been an assistant principal at South Smithfield Elementary since July 2017. Now, let me just share with you, both of these individuals were nominated by many individuals in our school system. So we would be here all night if I read every nomination statement to you. But I did want to highlight a few things that were shared about Ms. Carson. She is an amazing support to her staff. She's always positive and offering words of encouragement. She doesn't forget what it's like to be a teacher and puts herself in that role often. She's always willing to stop and help her staff and teachers no matter what she is doing. She's giving of herself, her time, and her means. She is constantly learning, constantly teaching, constantly helping us all. And it goes on and on and on and on. Now, I will share with you just a tidbit. You may not know this. I think Carson was forced to go into education because her entire family's in it. Her mother and father are retired administrators. In fact, when we had a small little celebration, surprise visit out to South Smithfield, her mother came up to me and said that some years ago, I won't say the exact years, I'll protect your mom's age, but many years ago, some years ago, her mother was named assistant principal for our school system. So Carson is certainly coming along in her parents' footsteps, and her sister works for our school system as well as a social worker, I believe. So she was destined to be in education, and we're glad she's in education. And as you can tell, she is making a difference. I've asked Ms. Carson Catalati to come share a few words with you. Congratulations.
Good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. What an honor to be here and to be named Johnston County Public Schools Assistant Principal of the Year. I do believe it is a calling. I've known since a very young age that being an educator was my destiny. Teaching my Popples and Teddy Ruxpin when I'd come home after school, as well as asking for an overhead projector for Christmas, which I did not get, by the way. It is a calling, and, you know, I believe leadership is influence. John C. Maxwell says that best. If we're not influencing people, we're not making a difference. And so I guess my goal is to influence teachers so that they can influence kids, so that we can be the best school and the best district in the state. So thank you for having me again. I enjoy being one of your assistant principals in the district. I stand here for all of them because I do believe sometimes assistant principals are behind the scenes, serving as LEAs and IEP meetings and helping with discipline and doing the important work of the schools, but sometimes behind the scenes. So I stand here for every assistant principal in the district that deserves to stand here as well. Thank you for having me.
And our next superstar administrator, Dr. Carol Evans, 24 years in education, her 7th as a principal. She began in our school system as an assistant principal at Riverwood Middle School, later became the principal at Riverwood Middle, and was performing so well, she was asked to open up Swift Creek Middle School. Not many administrators get the wonderful opportunity to open up a school. And so just by the fact that she was asked to do that shares with you that she was certainly successful at that time. As well as with Carson, Dr. Evans had many wonderful things shared about her. I want to share a few of those with you. Her spirit of collaboration and support of teachers is as strong as I've ever seen in my career, one person says. She has an amazing ability to find a positive from any negative situation. Another person, Dr. Evans makes work enjoyable and meaningful. Another person, I wouldn't change a thing about my principal. Wow. I'm not sure if the people I served as principal would say that about me. I guarantee they would change a few things. Another person, this individual said that I've worked as a custodian at many schools in Johnston County and other counties. I have come across many principals. However, Dr. Evans stands out. She genuinely cares about her students. And then lastly, another person, Carrie is an amazing leader who has the ability to lead at all times with a smile on her face. She makes everyone feel valued and welcomed. So congratulations to Dr. Carrie Evans, Principal of the Year, and she currently serves as Principal of Swift Creek Middle School. And just a little tidbit about Dr. Evans. I remember my predecessor, Mrs. Robin Little, coming up to me saying, I just met this lady from Kansas, I believe, and she is going to go places in our school system. And after I met Dr. Evans, I said, Miss Little, I agree. So come share a few words.
Thank you. Appreciate being recognized tonight. I'm very appreciative, so thank you of that. And I too am a product of school administrators. Like Carson, both my parents were school administrators, so it runs in the family. I do want to say thanks. I've been talking to people the last week, and when we opened Swift Creek in 2017, we opened as the Swift Creek Wolves, and we are still, to this day, the Swift Creek Wolves. And we committed to day one of working as a pack. We are truly a team. And as I've talked to people the last week, I've said, this is about our group. This is about our teachers, the students, and our community. This is for all of us and all the hard work that's gone into the last 3 years. So I'm very appreciative, and thank you. And I always say it's a great day to be a wolf. So thank you.
Thank you much, and I think, Mr. Chairman, maybe you and our superintendent may be next on the agenda.
Yes, I think what we're going to do, we're close to our public comment for 6 o'clock. We'll take a small break before public comment, and then we'll reconvene with our agenda right after that. Tonight, we have one speaker signed up for public comment. Citizens who have signed up to address the board during public comment will be called upon as they signed up and will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board suggests that specific personnel or student matters be addressed to the school principal, the Johnston County Public School System official responsible for the program or facility, or to the superintendent, and are not appropriate for this setting. Tonight, we have Miss April Lee joining us.
Good evening, Dr. Bracy, Chairman Sutton, Lady Vice Chair, Dr. Smith, and members of our Board of Education. I'm April Lee. I'm a parent, a teacher, and the president of Johnston County Association of Educators. Tonight, I want to acknowledge the work of our classified staff, serving as bus drivers, instructional assistants, cafeteria staff, receptionists, custodians, data managers, and head secretaries and bookkeepers. Without them, our schools would cease to function. In the time of COVID, they often put their own health at risk to serve our students in our schools. And they are often the ones left out of any monetary recognition from our state legislature. While I'm encouraged that our board has decided to fund a $300 bonus, I want to urge the board to do more. As we look forward, let us look to raise wages for our classified employees as we plan for our budget. Let us consider a second bonus in the spring to tide us over for the permanent pay increases they deserve. Now a little about teachers and other certified staff. While there is so much joy in being back with our students again, let me assure you that it is also terrifying. We are drowning. We are lesson planning and grading and delivering instruction and giving feedback in ways we never imagined we would. We are trying to meet the needs of our students virtually and face-to-face. We are calling and emailing parents. We are cleaning our classrooms with each class change. With that being said, please make sure that the decisions you make are keeping both our staff and our students safe. Staff should not be boarding buses to take student temperatures. Students should unload and have temperatures taken as they exit. We need to make sure we protect our staff as much and as often as possible. This includes a COVID dashboard that is transparent to both the public and to our employees. We are treating COVID as though it is something to be ashamed of if we contract it. It certainly is not. And we should not be quiet or be asked to be quiet if we contract it. Knowledge is power. Our communities, thank you. Our communities and our staff deserve to be informed. And with my last 20 seconds, I'm just going to say, we as teachers are doing more than we've ever done. It's the hardest job we've ever done. And every decision you make, it's really important that you remember the work that we're doing, because for some of us, it's literally killing us. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lee. Appreciate your comments, and we do not take it lightly what our classified or certified staff is doing at the present time. We appreciate what everyone does on a daily basis, and we truly appreciate what the teachers have stepped up to do for all of our students. I live at home with a teacher, and I see that the phone calls that's being made and the stress level, worried about each and every one of the students, and I know it's all of our teachers are in that same boat, so thank you very much. At this time, it's, I guess you could say, a bittersweet night for us. We want to recognize 2 board members that are retiring from the Board of Education. They gave me a little bit of background information, but I'm going to speak on Vice Chair Dr. Peggy Smith first, and then we'll go to Ms. Teresa Grant. I met Dr. Smith back, I don't know what year East Clayton Elementary opened up, but I was carrying boxes in for my wife, who was coming from Clayton Primary to East Clayton Elementary to open up with Dr. Smith, and over the years, got to know her and was on the Johnson County Educational Foundation with Dr. Smith. And, you know, my wife can tell you a lot more stories about Dr. Smith as a principal, but they were all good stories that, you know, she was an excellent administrator and was always looking after her staff and her students at every school she was at. And, you know, as the years progressed, and I'll never forget, I told Dr. Smith I was thinking about running for the Board of Education, and very supportive always. Just a strong advocate for students for over 30 years in your educational, in Johnston County Public Schools. And Dr. Smith has been on the board since 2008. Even though you're retiring tonight, Dr. Smith, you're still part of the Johnson County Public Schools Board of Education as a retired member, and we just appreciate everything you've done over the years. As I told you before the meeting started, I tried writing a poem, but I could not get past the first sentence. Dr. Smith is the one that always writes our poems, so we're going to have somebody else come in and take over that. But your dedication has had a direct and positive impact upon the quality of life for the communities of Johnston County. So we really appreciate what you've done over the years, and we wish you well, you and Mr. Ray, and continue to work in your garden and your grandchildren. And I think you're going to be still with Campbell, so we just thank you for your service. Then we go to Miss Teresa Grant. You know, I had the pleasure of meeting Teresa at a function back in 2015. We were at a house and got introduced to her as a member of the GOP. She was the president of the Republican Women at the time, and went to some meetings and you know, right out of the gate, type of person Teresa was is she pulled me to the side at the Mexican restaurant in Clayton. And she had not announced yet that she was going to be running for the school board. And she pulled me to the side and said, I just want to let you know firsthand that I'm going to be running for the school board. And, you know, right then and there, I said, you know, I appreciate that. You didn't have to do that. But that's just the type of person that Teresa is, and always willing to help, and enjoyed all the phone calls over the years, and hope they don't stop. As I told you the other day, if you continue to hear things out in the community, please share them with us, as well as Dr. Smith, share them with us, because that's only how we can get better. But your 4 years of service have made a tremendous impact on the students and staff of Johnston County, and your background and everything else, Teresa, and I consider you a true friend. And it was right at that podium in 2017, just the comments you gave to me about coming on the board as an appointee at the time, and I still remember those comments, and I'll continue to remember those, and I consider you a true good friend, and I wish you well in your retirement as well. And you have had a direct and positive impact upon the quality of life for Johnston County communities, as well as students and staff of Johnston County. So we really appreciate everything both of you have done, and wish you well in your future endeavors. And thank you for your service to Johnston County Public Schools. So at this time, we've got a couple of plaques that we'd like to present, and we'll start with Dr. Smith. While we're setting up, I'll just read this. It says, Dr. Peggy Smith, Vice Chair, Johnston County Public Schools, in honor of 12 years of service, providing leadership to engage each student in relevant and personalized learning experiences in preparation for careers, college, and life, 2020.
I really had not planned to say anything except to God be the glory. Great things He has done, and I have been blessed by every person with whom I've worked in Johnston County since the 80s. I know I'm old as dirt, which is why I didn't run again, but I'm thankful for the experiences that He has provided for me, and if that offends somebody, so be it. I am thankful to the Lord for putting me in this position and allowing me to serve this great district, which is getting greater thanks to our new superintendent. It has been an honor to have been a part of your hiring, Dr. Bracy, and I wish you the very best. I wish I were coming along for the ride, but I'll be watching and praying for all of you, and so I thank you very much.
At this time, we'll present Ms. Teresa Grant with her plaque that reads, Teresa Grant, Board Member, Johnston County Public Schools, in honor of 4 years of service, providing leadership to engage each student in relevant and personalized learning experiences in preparation for careers, college, and life 2020.
I just want to say that I appreciate the opportunity that I've had to serve for the last 4 years. I love being out in the community. I love advocating for our students and staff, and it has just been an honor to serve and to serve with each one of you. While you won't see me in the boardroom again, you might catch me at a ball game. You might catch me at a spirit night for PTA, because, you know, if you're going to go out and eat dinner anyway, why not support the PTA, because they have them all over the county. You can eat good food anywhere. Dedication for a new school. How exciting that we're going to have Thanksgiving elementary school, area school, and can't wait to see that. And I can assure you that when Clayton High School finally gets that new auditorium, I will be there to see Miss Meggs and her performing arts perform there, because they do an awesome job. So I look forward to that. Can't remember when it's on the bond schedule, but I know it's coming. Dr. Bracy, it's been an honor to serve with you. I know you're going to lead Johnston County Public Schools to great achievements, and I will stand in the wings and watch that. I have a high schooler this year, grandchild just started, so I will keep my eyes on what is happening. I know that y'all are going to do great things. I want to thank everybody who reached out to me over the last week with their kind words of support. It's just been a wonderful blessing to hear from folks. And while this has been a challenging year with COVID, and I know that the challenge is going to continue for a while, my prayers will be with each of you and the new board, our students and our staff, as you continue to make decisions to try and do the best for all concerned. There are no easy decisions where COVID is concerned, but I know that you will always do your best. I appreciate serving with each of you. Thank you so much.
Teresa, it has been an absolute honor to serve with you, and I'm not underselling it when I say that you are the best Board of Education member in this room. You advocate for what's right. You listen to everyone. You take the time to listen to parents, teachers, students. You've just been a phenomenal asset. And Johnston County Public Schools has lost its best and most powerful board member because of your heart. You lead with the heart. You truly do. And there have been many times that I've always told myself, you don't have a friend in politics. If they're elected, they're not your friend. But you You stand for what's right. You've stood behind me, and that's something that I will never, ever forget. You know, when I want to do the right thing a wrong way, you'll stop me, and you'll put me back on track. And you are the most phenomenal person I've worked with, and I've worked with a lot of people. I love you, Teresa Grant, and thank you for your service. And we are less because you are not here.
Well, I'm going to start with Teresa. It has been a pure pleasure to be able to get to know you and work with you over these past 2 years. You have a unique blend of intellect, common sense, integrity, and heart. And every single thing that you have said and done has been to the point in what's in the best interest of our children and our school system. And I, along with Mr. Johnson, believe that you are going to be greatly missed. And I too have enjoyed our phone calls, and I hope they don't stop. But anyway, I wish you the best, and I know you're going to enjoy that extra time with your grandchildren. And Dr. Smith, she and I had lunch together about a week ago, and we had such a good time reminiscing. Dr. Smith was about the third person that I met when I first came to Johnston County. She was the assistant principal at Smithville Selma Middle, and I had just been hired. And basically, as I was walking in the door, she was walking out. But she has just been a tremendous mentor to me in so many ways. I've always looked up to you, started that as a teacher, because you had such a heart for children, along with your extreme intellect as well. But always thinking about what was best for kids and what was best for the staff. And then as an administrator, you know, I saw you as a role model. And before I retired, I had the pleasure of being your PIO. And it was indeed a pleasure, because it wasn't hard to make you look good. You just are good, and I appreciate everything that you've done. And Todd was talking about writing a poem. I shared with Dr. Smith earlier, she wrote a poem for me when I retired from this school system, and it meant so much to me that I have it framed and it's in my office. And I just hope that you know that you will continue to be a mentor to me throughout the future. And so I'll be calling on you, I'm sure, to get your advice and your take on things.
I'll start with Teresa. First off, I want to thank you for being straightforward with every board meeting that we've had. When tough decisions have been made, you've always looked at it from a different perspective, and you've broadened our minds and our conversations. I do look forward to seeing you out in the community at events. I'll call you up too when we've got someone's coming your way. So thank you. Thank you for your service. Dr. Smith, you first served on the board the first year I did my student teaching under Michelle Casey. And it didn't dawn on me until the other day when I was thinking back about these past 2 years, how far you have been as an influence in my life as an educator. You raised the bar. And coming on this board, I was a little bit intimidated because of all the experience that you brought, but I was also very excited about what I was going to learn from you. And you have taught me a lot. And you are going to be missed.
I want to first of all thank Dr. Smith and Ms. Grant for their kind words tonight about me. And from a personal perspective, I want to thank both of you for giving me the opportunity to come here as superintendent. I will miss both of you. I've only been here 4.5 months, but the thing I have appreciated about the both of you, I always knew where you stood. And when something was on your mind, you made it clear to me that something was on your mind. And I certainly have appreciated that and the passion that you all have displayed as board members. You know, someone asked me the other day how I liked my job. I think it was my brother. I said, I love it. He said, why? I said, man, it's the people. It's the people in Johnston County. And the common theme tonight is been heroism and sheroism. And you all set a great example of being heroes and sheroes. It's just the example, and Ms. Zukowski just said you all have set the bar extremely high. I will miss both of you dearly. I hope when I call, you'll still take my call because I still have so much to learn. And what I always appreciated about both of you, whenever you call me, it wasn't about a certain area of the county. You all had questions and concerns about the entire school system. And that's just a great testament to you all as great board members. And I also want to say that so many people have been recognized tonight, and we're so thankful for the great staff that we have in our school system. And Ms. Lee captured so much. And I know I'm not supposed to respond to public comments, but I will just say that she captured so much tonight with what she said about what our teachers are doing and all that they're going through. And Ms. Grant and Dr. Smith have been having those conversations with me since the day I walked in. But she's absolutely right. Our teachers and our school-based staff and our facilities folks and our transportation people we've had more foggy mornings here lately than I can remember in a long time. But just so thankful for those heroes that we have in our school system that are just showing so much bravery and courage in the middle of a global pandemic, that they show up each day. They're working a huge amount of hours. I know I'm married to a kindergarten teacher, and I see the amount of hours that she's working. Believe it or not, I'm going to sleep before she does most nights now. So I'm just so blessed and so thankful and so honored to get to work with great people like the two of you and the wonderful people that are in our school system, whether they're standing in classrooms, whether they're working in facilities, whether they're bus mechanics. We just, sometimes when you're in the midst, you don't get an opportunity to look around at what's going on around you. But we have amazing people here. And our people are not only amazing, they're very powerful. And I just hope everybody out here watching us realizes the impact that you are having on our students. And certainly I appreciate the leadership of this board, and I certainly appreciate all of us that work in our schools, and I will dearly miss working with the two of you. And I'm just so thankful that you gave me an opportunity to be a part of this great school system. So thank you so much. I will always be in your debt for that. Thank you.
Todd, I just want to say something towards Dr. Smith, too. Dr. Smith, I met you in 2009, and when you and Donna White would give updates on the Johnston County Public School system as board members at our monthly meetings, you and Ms. White are the reason that I decided to run for school board to begin with. Just listening to you and your love and passion for our school system, and just listening to the impact that you made on the school system made me want to be a part of that same thing. And once I came on the board, you were such a great mentor to me. Coming on the board, you just don't know much. And especially for those of us that come on the board and we're not from education, and it's, it takes all kinds on this board. I don't think you'd ever want a board full of educators, and you wouldn't want a board full of non-educators. It's a good mix to bring all sides into this, business and education. And for those of us who don't come from an educational background, we need mentors like you. So thank you for being such a great mentor to me. I'm glad I had the opportunity to serve with you. Glad you didn't decide to not run 4 years ago. So appreciate your service and working with you.
Thank you all. I will say that Teresa and I had almost an all-night conversation when she was on the road just trying to learn. And that has always been the mark of a good leader, is a leader who learns as they go and tries to make it better, and that's what you've done. And to all of you who are still here, you're blessed with great leadership in Dr. Bracy and our new finance man. We will just be thankful that we were a part of that. So thank you all for your comments, and God bless your next journey.
Before we move on, I did get a text from Mr. Wooten today, and he wanted me to tell both of you that he's very, very sorry that he could not be with us tonight. He said this is probably the first board meeting he's ever missed. I believe he came on the board with you, Dr. Smith, and he just wanted me to tell you how thankful he is that he's had the opportunity to serve with both of you, and he appreciates everything you've done for the students and staff of Johnson County Public Schools. And as we said earlier, we're praying for Mike as well. But he wanted me to make sure I told you guys that. So we really do appreciate your service. And you may be not sitting in the horseshoe, but you're not going to be far from us. So thank y'all very much. At this time, we will move forward with advisory appointments, starting with Ms. Sessoms.
Okay, at Four Oaks Elementary, Principal Kathy Parrish has recommended the reappointment of members Deanna Lassiter and Tina Winburn for 3 years each, terms to end in June 2023. And new member appointments for Bobby Judge, Carly Fogelman, Amy Honeycutt, Deborah Westbrook, and Trung Nguyen for 3 years each, filling vacant seats, terms to end in June 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Sessoms. We'll let that stand as our motion. Ms. Grant.
Our wonderful Principal of the Year, Dr. Carrie Evans from Swift Creek Middle, has a new member appointment for Sarah Elliott for 3 years, term to end in June 2023.
We'll let that stand as our second. And Pine Level Elementary Principal, Mr. Alan Sasser, has new member appointments for Edith Yanes and Tamara Ray for 3 years, each filling vacant seats, terms to end in June 2023. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 6-0. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, at this time, I ask that you approve consent items 9A1A through 9A1D.
I'll entertain a motion to approve 9A1A through 9A1D.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Zukowski, second by Ms. Grant. Any questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 6-0. Dr. Pierce.
Good evening. Hope you all are doing well. I have one item tonight to present for approval, and it is Board Exhibit 9A2, which is Policy Code 4400 attendance. Policy 4400 attendance is being presented with minor revisions to Section B, and it is the recommendation of the Policy Review Committee to amend Policy 4400, and it's presented for approval because it's already an existing policy with minor revisions, just so you know why that's there.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion for policy 4400.
I move.
Since Dr. Smith is leaving, Dr. Smith will take you as a motion, Ms. Sessoms as a second. Any questions or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Dr. Pierce.
Thank you.
At this time, normally we get a few updates from our board appointees from JCC, but due to the pandemic, we Miss Mary Daughtry and her team sent over some information to us that I thought was very valuable to just discuss with the board and just show as information. We all got this via email as well as in our board packets, and I'll make it very brief, but I did want to thank Miss Mary Daughtry and the rest of our board appointees for what they're doing for us at JCC. They're very valuable, and we appreciate their updates that they give us, sometimes a quarterly basis or every 6 months at the least. But we do appreciate them and what they do for us. And so what we've got is some information in front of us on slide 1. You can see over the past since 2014, the fall of 2014, we started with like 614 students enrolled in the CCP program. And over the years, it's progressed till to 2020, fall of 2020, we see a significant increase in this program. And it's a very valuable program to Johnston County Public Schools as well as JCC. 97% of JCC's CCP enrollment is Johnston County Public Schools students. And that is an estimated figure of 1,488 on that slide. The second slide just talks about who's enrolled from our traditional high schools as well as college and our early college and career and technical education programs. You can see it ranges anywhere from 3% of our student population at West Johnston all the way up to 12% of our student population at Cleveland High in our traditional schools. And then obviously Johnston County Career and Technical and early college is 100%. And excuse me, Princeton as well got 14%. I'm sorry. Thank you, Dr. Smith. It goes up to 14% with Princeton in there as well. So we have everybody there that's every school is participating, and it's a very valuable program to our students. I've had some family members that go through this and very appreciative of how it helps them for college as well. Next slide. It talks about the ethnicity comparisons. That's a tongue twister there. Let's ethnicity. All right, and yeah, that. Anyway, I'm sorry. I practiced that and we got it, but anyway, it's got multiple races are involved here and across the board. And as Ms. Sessom said earlier, we do have some of our minority populations that we're really heavily looking at to increase, and that is being shown here on this slide as well. The gender comparison, 63% of our females are participating, as well as 37% of our male population. And then at the bottom, it talks about the top 10 most popular programs for CCP for the students in the fall of 2019, social and science with 549, all the way down to the diesel and heavy equipment technology at 14. And all of those can, in between, have good paying opportunities for jobs once they finish the program. So as I said in the beginning, we appreciate everything that Miss Mary Daughtry and her board appointees that we actually are involved in. We appreciate what they do on a monthly basis at JCC. So any questions, we can funnel those questions to Miss Mary Daughtry, and she'll be able to assist us with any of those questions.
I just want to make a comment. This time last year, we had Ms. Daughtry standing there at the podium, and of course this year we can't. And at that time, I raised the concern about increasing our minority representation within these career and college promise classes. And there has been a focus, and I hope that focus will continue.
Absolutely. Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll turn it over to Dr. Coates.
Can you hear me okay with the mask? Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Board Chair, Madam Vice Chair, board members, and Dr. Bracy. Today I have 6 items for you, beginning with exhibit number 9B1. There's a new DPI requirement to amend our beginning teacher support plan to include a survey of principals and a survey of beginning teachers when they finish their program. So what's on your, before you to approve is that we will administer that survey, both of those, and add that to our beginning teacher support plan. So that is item 1.
So I'll entertain a motion for the beginning teacher support plan.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Sessom, second by Mr. Johnson. Any questions or comments?
How many beginning teachers do we have in our district?
We have a total of 355, counting BT 1s, 2s, and 3s. 39% have a clear license and 61% have an alternative license. We're down a little bit. We've probably hired 25 fewer this year than last year this time, but that's to be expected.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. The next item is Exhibit 9B2. And what we are doing, I don't know if you recall in the March meeting, we presented the results of the pilot program for Panorama Success. We have some schools piloting that. And what we're looking at now is trying to determine the most effective and efficient way to monitor progress and to determine and identify students who are at risk. So we're looking at Panorama, and we're also looking at additional modules that can be purchased with ECATS, which is being used across the state. And here to tell you more about what we're looking at will be our Executive Director of School Improvement and Accountability, Christy Stevenson, and our Director of Federal Education Programs, Anna Milizotto. What we're asking tonight is an unusual ask, but we don't get our data dump associated with ECATS until next week. And when we get that, then we're going to do a crosswalk between what ECATS and that data offers versus what Panorama Success, which we've piloted, and that program offers. If it is decided that Panorama is the better choice, we wanted to go ahead and get approval to move in that direction so that we would not have to wait. We're not saying we're going to do it, we're just looking at it. And so that's an unusual request, but we're just trying to be prepared with what our district needs. So here to tell you more about that is Ms. Stevenson and Ms. Milizotto. And I do think it's up there.
Good evening, Chairman Sutton, Lady Vice Chair Dr. Smith, members of the board, and Dr. Bracy. So tonight we are here to talk about the Panorama Student Success Platform. And we have been utilizing and working with Panorama Education since the spring of 2019. In the spring, we began using Panorama's social emotional learning survey as well as their school climate survey to do and collect our perception data. In the fall of 2019 was when we began our student success pilot with the 5 schools, as Dr. Coates mentioned. And the student success is an early warning tracking system as well as intervention tracking system. And we implemented that to help with our multi-tier system of supports. If you will recall that in March, we gave you an update of the success of that pilot. We also had Nicole Mickle from Panorama come in and give you an overview of the platform. She demonstrated what a time saver that would be for our database problem-solving teams and our teachers. Because Panorama brings in multiple data points, time is actually spent discussing the supports that at-risk students need. You get to talk about the implementation of those supports versus spending all the time filtering through multiple sources of data, because it's all right there in the platform. Also, with the intervention tracking system, it allows us in a more systematic way to track and monitor the effectiveness of the interventions that students are receiving. Here is the overview of the data sets that are currently being pulled into the platform. You'll notice under the MTSS features that it lists interventions, progress monitoring, and custom Tier 2 and Tier 3 strategies. We are able within the system to customize what tiers or what interventions we use for Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports and the progress monitors that go with that. Because the eligibility requirements for the identification of students with specific learning disabilities has changed and the discrepancy model is no longer used, we must have a way to document and track our research-based interventions as well as our evidence-based practices in order to identify what supports are working or not working for students. Panorama Student Success has this for us. With Panorama Student Success, we are able not only to look at academic, behavior, and attendance data in one place, but it also allows us to pull in that social and emotional well-being data to look at that alongside our other academic data. And in just a few clicks, teachers and database problem-solving teams are able to effectively and efficiently identify those students who may need extra supports and begin discussing the implementation of those supports. At both the school as well as the district level, we will be able to assess the health of our MTSS system, looking at the effectiveness of our interventions, the percentage of students on Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions, as well as look at are we equitably identifying. In addition, the platform is customizable, and I talked a little bit about that earlier. As Dr. Coates referenced, tonight we are asking the Board of Education to approve the use of Title IV funds if through our decision-making process we determine that Panorama Student Success Platform is the best early warning system and intervention tracking system for our district. And Ana Milizotto is here, our Director of Federal Programs, to discuss with you the alignment with Title IV and Panorama Student Success.
Good evening, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Dr. Bracy. Title IV is a new program a new federal program that we have. It's considered new. It's started in, I'm conscious of my accent, and I think you understand me better because we're still distant if I talk without the mask. But Title IV started in 17-18, and the first year was not enough funding to do much. But lately, and last year we received about $600,000, and we still have carryover. It is a program to build capacity for the LEAs to help students succeed, providing the well-rounded education, also improving school conditions for student learning, safe and healthy students, and also improving digital literacy in schools. Now, as every federal program is supposed to be supplemental, so we do not replace with Title IV with what we have in place. One of the things that we use is to support, you use the funds to support AVID or IB, but only a supplemental part of it. We also work with Participate to provide conexiones for middle school dual language programs, and Zillow to expand to elementary, the career and tech program to expand to elementary. As you see, everything is supplemental and not replacing what the district provides. So title, and I think I went one further. Here we go. We have to work with three parts of the program. One, the providing all students with access to a well-rounded education. We are supposed to use at least 20% of the funds on that one. The other one, safe and healthy students, is at least 20% of the funds. The digital literacy, they say one portion, and of that portion, only 15% would be for technology. So that shows that we are not supposed to use those funds to buy computers, even though it's promoting digital literacy. So in studying Title IV and Panorama, you can see that the Panorama student success aligns well with the safe and healthy students, because Title IV is supposed to be promoting community and parent involvement in schools. So Panorama has surveys that detect and collect all the data to show how we can improve parent involvement in our schools. And then the other part is the school-based mental health services, supporting school climates, establishing or improving dropout prevention, prevent bullying and harassment, developing relationship building skills to help improve safety in schools. So Panorama has a very good focus on SEL and support our SEL. And we will do all the comparison with ECATS. However, this fund would not be able to support the system financially with ECATS, because it would not have this strong component on SEL. And we contact DPI, we send the same information that you are receiving today to North Carolina Department of Public Instruction to see if we could use Title IV to pay for Panorama, and they confirmed that we can. And that's my part. Thank you for having us here. Do you have questions for Christy or myself?
I may have missed it, but how much is the program?
$411,000.
Yes, not all in 1 year. That is for 2 years of the program. So if the 400 would be covering until 2022.
And that's ongoing, or is that just one time?
So that covers a 19-month contract after the June, that would carry us through June 2022, and then annually after that, it would be $296,000
per year.
Per year, yes, ma'am.
And because this is federal funding, it's very restricted on what you can spend it on and what you cannot spend it on.
So I'm asking to understand, and I believe we talked about this previously, right? Like probably 5 or 6 months ago, is that correct? All right, and I'm, again, asking to understand, like, this appears to be in line with what we need to monitor the MTSS requirements imposed on us by the state. Am I correct in asking that?
That is correct. We have to have a system in which we can, one, database problem solve to identify students who are potentially at risk, but then a system in which we can monitor, track and monitor those supports. And this is coming from the state, and then that data, should the data indicate that a child need additional services, it goes through the EC referral process at that point.
Okay, and if we didn't use this, is there, I mean, I'm not advocating we not use this, I'm just asking, if we don't use this, is there another platform, is there another way we can measure what we need to implement MTSS?
So currently, each school, we have paperwork, but each school
fills out, this would help eliminate that paperwork, number one. But as far as the intervention tracking and monitoring, each school kind of has its own system for which they do that. If we do not go with Panorama, the other option that is out there is ECATS, which is provided to the state. That's why we said we're asking for permission or approval if we determine that Panorama is the best platform for us to be able to move forward. With ECATS, they've been telling us for 4 years it's coming. Don't have it yet. They are, however, supposed to do a big data dump next week, so we are waiting on that to be able to then better compare the two as part of our decision-making process.
And again, just to recap it, because you're a very intelligent person, I don't pride myself on being that intelligent, but the contingency is based upon ECAT not coming out in a timely manner and being accessible to us. Is that what you're telling me?
That is correct, and the user-friendliness of ECATS, the training, and I've not attended a lot of training, but the trainings that I have attended on ECATS, Panorama is a much more user-friendly platform. And another advantage to Panorama is that SEL component that can be pulled in. That is not within ECATS. And as far as the customization, customer support that we have gotten from Panorama has been absolutely amazing. And I just don't know what that looks like yet with ECATS.
Okay, in the simplistic terms, when y'all say contingency we might need, can you give me a situation or give me a scenario where you said, you know what, we're going to go with ECAT and not Panorama?
So again, we're going to do a side-by-side comparison of the two once we're able to look at what the early warning system looks like and look at our current, like what we currently have in place and what best aligns with what we currently have in place, as well as consider the ease of use would be the weightedness of helping make the decision. We have psychologists involved on our team, which they're critical in the database problem-solving process, so they're helping as well as we're getting feedback from our administrators. So does that answer?
It does. I'm just trying to put it in my terms. So you're saying your gut feeling and you're giving your subject matter expert what you do, you're saying you think you're going to need Panorama.
My gut is saying yes, but
That's
my
what I
gut
need
is
to hear.
saying
No,
yes, but that decision's not been made yet because
Okay.
we need to look at that alignment side by side with ECATS.
You got it.
What's the cost comparison between ECATS and Panorama?
ECATS is provided by the state, so there is no cost to it. To additional add-ons. And the cost, and I don't know this, but I know one district is paying, that is similar in size to us, is paying like $90,000 for that additional add-on. And that's to allow the customization of reports. If you don't want any customization, then you wouldn't necessarily have to do the add-ons.
And then you would probably have to spend some money in training and that kind of thing if you went with ECATS, would you not?
I would think there would be some which the training would be our own people delivering it, so.
I think the key word here is usability, user-friendliness. Ms. Lee, as you alluded to, she very poignantly captured where our folks are. They are working harder than they've ever worked before, and anything that we can do to help them be successful and do it in a way that takes something off their plate rather than adding to it, I think is wise.
And that's why it's critical we look at that alignment piece as well. Because like I said, Panorama is click, click, you've got your group, you've identified your kids, now what are we going to do with it? ECATS is a little bit more involved. So when we're thinking about rolling it out to teachers, simplicity is what we need right now.
So then this data with Panorama, you'll be able to see it at the district level, admins will be able to see it at the school level, and teachers will be able to see it at their classroom level.
Yes, ma'am.
And then just a question about the survey. Do they provide you with those survey questions, or is that something we work with in our district to get the survey questions?
So the surveys are research-backed. They provide us with those surveys and survey questions. We do have the ability to add additional questions to the survey.
And so if you can add, you can delete?
You can delete, so the way the survey is set up, there are domain areas, like the back-to-school survey that we just did. There was, for example, there was a section on student need and student engagement. We could say we want to remove all questions from student need and leave student engagement, but we can't go in and say we want to remove this one question from student need. Does that make, because then you start messing with the integrity of the data, because these are nationally normed.
Got it. Yep, thank you, thank you.
When do you,
Going back, when the earth was cooling, we used to do parent surveys in Johnston County, and we got a notebook. Each school got a notebook that our superintendent sat with us and went over our parent data, our student data, our staff data, before teacher working conditions came out. I don't remember the name of that. Yes, that was the most helpful thing to me, because I could target immediately what my school needed to address. And so if that component, and we spent, I don't know how many months we spent designing surveys. If these surveys are done, that takes another burden off our staff.
Correct. And the surveys themselves, so the way we are implementing the surveys is the social emotional surveys are optionally given 3 times a year, well, optionally given 2 times a year, beginning of year, middle of the year. In the spring, all schools are required to give the SEL as well as the student climate, and that goes to all 3 stakeholder groups. Those schools that opt in beginning and middle of the year are really utilizing that data to progress monitor their social emotional goals within their school improvement plan. You'll remember in October, we gave a back-to-school survey to look at our current learning model. All schools gave that, and last Thursday, we had a data session where schools unpacked that data and began to action plan based off of that data. So still, the data sessions and all that we used to do with student survey data or any kind of survey data is still done.
So since you did the pilot, if we approve and you decide to move forward with Panorama, all the data that's currently in there is going to stay, and you'll still have access to that, correct?
Correct. What it will do is it will open up all of that data for all of our other schools. So right now, all of our schools have access to intervention tracking, but through the SEL survey, but what they don't have access to is all of that data. So when they're database problem solving, they're having to go pull different spreadsheets and merge it together, and it's a lot of work.
And training for our teachers and our staff is going to be fairly simple?
Yes, ma'am.
and that training will be done in-house, or will we have someone come and do it?
So part of the contract does include professional development with the company, but in a district our size, we would have to do some in-house PD as well. And we're looking at providing modules within Canvas that would allow schools to utilize that as they are ready for it.
And when you talk about the alternative platform as compared to Panorama, I know you said that you guys are basically seeking permission to get it. You know, we give the approval tonight, and then if you decide later that it would be beneficial to get this, you would get it. That is correct, yes or no?
That is correct.
Okay. Can I ask, when would you know for sure? When do you have, is there a reason that we're doing it that way? All right, can you break that down for me real quick? I'm sorry.
So the sense of urgency is we must have some kind of uniform platform. So what we want to do is The state's going to roll that data out next week, and we can do that side-by-side comparison. If we do that side-by-side comparison and we still decide that Panorama comes out on top, then it takes 6 to 8 weeks for integration. So our goal is to be ready to rock and roll at the beginning of, in January. That is our goal. Whereas if we don't decide to go with Panorama, then we would begin to implement ECATS in January. But we would need the permission to access the funds if Panorama's the route we go. So the sense of urgency is to get something implemented mid-year, or for schools that are ready, because we know some schools are not quite ready because of everything with COVID going on. And we've got some schools that asked for it yesterday.
I was about to say, and I vaguely remember back in March that we were on track, but we were maybe behind in getting our schools up into the compliance. I'm going to have to go recall that, because I believe that was a March meeting. But are we on track? I mean, are we on track to get the majority of our schools? Because I understand that there could be some legal consequences if this isn't implemented correctly. Is that correct?
All of our schools are required to be doing database problem solving for interventions and tracking that. Some of our schools are using the hard copy paperwork and pulling that data, as Christy said, from multiple sources. If that's what they need, we've not told them you have to do something. You just have to do it. So we have some schools that are really, like with anything that's new, some schools are farther down the road than others. We are supporting them as they ask for support, but what is not going to disappear is the requirement for the documentation and the intervention, because the discrepancy model has gone away. Now, there's a false thread of thinking that the only reason we're doing MTSS is because we're changing how we identify students with special needs. That's a tiny component. Multi-tiered system of support reaches all the way across the spectrum of student achievement. So you will have some students who need a little extra help, remediation, never a consideration for special needs, but this is what monitors and tracks what works for that student. On the other end of the spectrum, you may have a student who needs to be accelerated. That's part of the MTSS. So the part that is giving more angst, I think, is the new way to identify specific learning disabled students, but that's a small component. But all schools are tracking those interventions and progress monitoring. One of the advantages, I don't know if y'all remember from several of our special needs opportunities, has been the lack of effective progress monitoring, and that's an advantage of this, the effectiveness of the progress monitoring. So as we said, this will be a decision. We won't make it just us. We'll certainly be reaching out again to schools, but we can't make a decision until we actually see what ECATS is going to look like with student data in it. And because we know what this looks like, we've had schools pilot and then compare and see what the differences would be and then make a decision.
Right.
And Dr. Coates? Oh.
Yes.
I was just going to ask, because I'm not very familiar with ECATS and what that looks like, but does it pull in, I've heard.
We're not either.
I just want to reach out and ask this one question, because it's about the whole child, and in the time that we're in right now, it's about the whole child and making teachers' jobs easier. With that being said, does ECATS also do the SEL portion,
I
the
don't think
behavior of
so.
it, the attendance
No,
of it,
it
the
does
assessment
not.
of it?
So it pulls in attendance, behavior, and academics, and the assessment. It does not have that SEL piece, which we know
Is important.
is important when you're talking about student achievement.
Right, so that's one thing, without seeing what ECATS is going to provide to us, that Panorama can provide to us.
Yes.
What grade levels are being used as pilots? And
So the pilot schools are, so it's K-8 being used, but the pilot schools is the West Johnston feeder pattern and Triple S High School. So Dixon, McGee's E, McGee's Middle, West, and Triple S.
And the feedback from those schools have been very positive?
Yes.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to give them the opportunity to utilize these funds if they see that Panorama is a better fit for Johnston County Public Schools over ECATS.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Ms. Sessoms.
I have one more question.
Can we get,
Yep.
can I get a second?
I'll second.
Yeah.
Okay, second by Ms. Zukowski. Now, Ms. Zukowski, you have a question?
So I'm just trying to understand the timeline of when you want to make that decision. Run through that with me again, because we do have a board meeting in December, and I heard you.
We want to make the decision before Thanksgiving in order to have the 6 to 8 weeks of integration needed, so it's live when we come back from Christmas break.
That's what I needed to hear, because you had mentioned January, so thank you.
Any other questions? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda for our department is exhibit number 9B3. We very graciously thank the Board of Education for agreeing to give our schools a break from the individual school improvement plan presentations, as our reform model schools usually do. But we still are under the requirement for the reports. So what will happen tonight is Ms. Tamara Thomas, our Director of School Improvement, has worked with those schools and has put together a presentation so that you see what their goals are, their effectiveness, and any flexibility that they're asking for. So she is going to come at this time and present this. This is required to be approved and a report submitted to the state by December 1st. So at this time, I'll ask Ms. Thomas to come.
Great evening. It's been a long evening. I'd like to say great evening to our Chairman Sutton, as well as to our Vice Chair, Dr. Smith, all board members, Attorney Ken Sue, as well as our Superintendent, Dr. Bracy. Great evening again. The Restart Reform Model Schools submit performance reports, as Dr. Coates has shared, annually by December 1st. The areas that are measured in these reports include academic gains and the flexibility outcomes. And so when we speak about academic gains, what the state is looking for is the school designated or no longer designated as recurring low performing? The growth status, has the school met or exceeded growth? Did the achievement score increase? 50% of the subgroups, do these demonstrate growth? And 50% of the school-defined flexibility outcomes. And so these are the areas that are being measured. Currently, our county has 6 Restart Reform Model schools. 2 of them are in year 3, and the other 4 are in year 2. Now, in speaking about the flexibilities, this is just informational. There are multiple areas where flexibilities may be utilized: assessment, budget, employment requirement flexibility, calendar, standard course of study, as well as an other flexibility, which is just a unique area that would suit the purposes of the school where there is another need that hasn't been listed yet. As we move forward, I love doing this report because it highlights all of the celebrations with the use of the flexibilities in each of our schools that are reform model schools. So I'll begin with Benson Elementary School. You can see what's on the screen, and I'm just going to summarize it. Benson Elementary School used budget flexibility to secure a reading coach and a multi-tiered system of support coach. These two provided teachers with curricular and instructional support. Their focus at Benson Elementary School was on improving achievement in reading and math, hyper-focused. Here are some of the results. There was marked growth and achievement performance increases on the end-of-year NWEA map. So that would have been in the spring of 2020 that just passed us. Student growth increased by 3.8 percentage points in reading and 12 percentage points in math. Achievement on third grade increased by 9 percentage points, and on fourth grade, student achievement increased by 17 percentage points. Not too shabby, right? Let's look at Benson Middle School. Benson Middle School used the employment requirement flexibility. There were issues retaining teachers and filling vacancies, so they used this flexibility to fill hard-to-fill teaching vacancies and to ensure that there were no gaps in student learning from the teacher vacancies. So, having to fill with substitutes, etc. So the result was that their teacher retention rates increased 20 percentage points, from 65% retention to 85% retention, okay? And 4 of those staff members who were hired using this flexibility have remained at the school since the 2017-2018 school year. That's a testament to what the school is doing with their flexibilities. As we look at Cooper Elementary School, Cooper used the assessment flexibility. They wanted to track literacy growth in grades K through 5, not just kindergarten. They're looking at their entire school. As a result, 59% of third graders met their reading growth projections. 51% on fourth grade and 58% of the students on fifth grade also met their growth projections. Subgroup growth in reading. Now remember, literacy is their focus here. So in reading, 50% for the Hispanic student subgroup, 58% for the white student subgroup, and 71% for the black student subgroup using this flexibility. Their 3-year performance trends at the school show a marked increase in the number of students meeting their reading growth targets. Principal Stoke and the Cooper Academy team share that in spite of COVID-19 and the setbacks, their students are still demonstrating growth, solid growth in their reading and skills development, and you can see that in their fall 2020 NWEA MAP assessment data. North Johnston Middle School used their budget flexibility last year to improve and sustain the quality of their enhancement classes and to ensure there were no gaps in the quality of instructional delivery using Discovery Education instructional resources. And so the school has monitored and measured their progress last year using NWEA MAP data, as well as more frequently using their NC check-in data, okay? They continue to monitor student performance. Selma Middle School. Selma Middle School used budget flexibility and the employment requirement flexibility. And they used these to hire multi-classroom leaders, a student development liaison, to provide incentives to staff, and to increase parent engagement in student learning. Now, I'm going to go ahead and fast forward so you can see the next slide, but I've summarized it. Here are the results from using these flexibilities. Fall 2019 to winter 2020, NWEA MAP for reading showed growth in 3 out of their 4 grade levels. In math, they demonstrated growth in all grade levels. There was 100% retention of staff, which was an issue in the past, and a statistic that is known to aid in building school culture, as well as consistency in teaching and learning for the students. Their North Carolina Teacher Working Conditions Survey showed 89% of the staff felt that Selma was a good place to work and learn. This is a perception that is above both our district and the state level averages. Parent engagement increased by 80% in just 1 year. And this was in part due to the implementation of practices from their partnership with West Ed. Office referrals, these were reduced by 11%. And there were 34 fewer out-of-school suspension incidents from 2018 and 2019 through to 2019-2020. This is a statistic that shows when students are present, they maximize their opportunities to engage in teaching and learning, and Selma has reduced the number of students who were not engaged. West Smithfield Elementary School, our last but certainly not least, they recently underwent a leadership transition, and I'd like to call it from one strong leader to another. So Principal Derek McNeil and the West Smithfield team reported the following successes under the leadership of Principal Sharon Bryant last year. They used the calendar flexibility to extend each school day by 15 minutes at the top of the day and the end of the day. As a result, kindergarten met their growth projections for math. On third grade, they exceeded their reading growth projections and are in the 56th percentile for growth. And on third grade, they also exceeded their math growth projections and are in the 94th percentile for growth. In summary, for this year, all schools are going to maintain their current flexibilities, so I'd like to thank you for the permission for them to use those flexibilities in the first place. And 2 schools are currently exploring an additional flexibility. And so the hope is that we'll be able to present those requests by the spring of 2021, if not before, once we're done exploring those together. We are now asking for the board to approve the Restart annual reports for 2020, which was the information I've summarized for you tonight, as well as the budget flexibility. If you'll note, last November when I shared with you all, we weren't sure of if the money would be released to our schools for flexibilities. And so at that point, we knew in January that they would have some monies. And so since it was contingent on that, we'd like to make that an official vote. And then is assessment flexibility for Benson Middle School. Last year, we also wanted to continue exploring that piece with CIA, and Dr. Coates and the team in CIA decided, yes, this is a viable flexibility for Benson Middle School, and they can proceed. So we'd like for you all to vote on those 3 items tonight, and thank you.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion for the Restart Annual Reports 2020, budget flexibility for all Restart schools, as well as the assessment flexibility for Benson Middle School.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Dr. Smith, second by Mr. Johnson. Any questions or comments for Ms. Thomas or Dr. Coates?
I just am really, really pleased that you presented this and celebrated at a time when we have not had much to celebrate. So thank those schools and those school leaders and that school staff. It took everybody at that school to make these data happen. So thank you so much.
I will. Thank you.
And I think the one thing that stands out to me, I mean, it's all great information in that presentation, but when you have 100% retention in a school that faces the struggle, I mean, that is a true credit to the leadership of Stephen Baker and his admin team, and it's also a true credit to the staff, everyone from the top to the bottom out there. So I am pleased to represent that school, and it is an honor to have Stephen Baker out there, along with Derek McNeil, and I know, Dana's doing a great job too. It's just wonderful, the things we have going on, and absolutely, that flexibility is being used at its utmost potential, and I can't thank you enough for presenting tonight.
Well, and I would like to thank you for your leadership. I remember a year ago when you were introduced to us, and you explained what your role would be, and the results show that you have worked extremely hard, as well as these teachers and the staff and our administrators in these schools. They have faced many challenges, and this is just very encouraging to see. And we just appreciate, it's a team effort. We appreciate all of the hard work of everyone who's been involved in this. It can be painful to take a look at the data, but it can also be very freeing. And I just appreciate the courage that it's taken to make that happen.
Thank you.
I echo everything that my fellow board members have said tonight, Ms. Thomas. It's just been overwhelming just seeing you present tonight and how excited you've been to present, and all the hard work that you've put in to assist these schools, as well as the staff and the administrative teams of all 6 of our Restart schools. We gave them the flexibility and things in the past, and they've utilized it to their advantage, and they've taken great strides in making sure that we continue to move forward, and we appreciate you being the spokesperson for them tonight and just advocating for them and sharing the good news.
Thank you.
Given that there were no end-of-grade tests, we are not poised for any new restart schools, are we?
No, ma'am.
Good, thank you.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Teresa.
Ms. Thomas, I'm excited that you're just as excited tonight as you were a year ago. And that type of excitement just brings passion into our school system. We thank you for that. And as Ronald mentioned, we have some great leaders at these schools, and it shows that we've put the right people in the right place. But thank you for being so passionate about what you're doing and your involvement in these schools.
Thank you. And thank you for entrusting the schools in Johnston County to me as well.
Absolutely. I just wanted to add everything everybody said, but in addition to that, I think it's important. Terry hit the nail on the head. Sometimes it's hard to look at that data and ask yourself those hard questions. But on the flip side of that, thinking outside the box can be fun, and it can get you results. And it's very apparent that results happen this year. And I'm excited for the schools who have made such growth, and I would love to see that happen across the board. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. No more questions or comments, so go to a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Dr. Coates.
Okay. You can't talk to Ms. Thomas without hearing evidence of impact. She's trained us all. The next item is Board Exhibit 9B4. It is the time of year when we begin our recruitment and advertising application process for innovative high school programs. So as a matter of information, our Director of Special Programs in grades 9 through 12, Mr. Kevin Doctor, is going to update you on that process. Thank you, Kevin.
I'm afraid I'll mumble worse with that thing on, so I'm going to take it off for a second. Good evening, Dr. Bracy, Chairman Sutton, Vice Chairwoman Dr. Smith, and members of the Board of Education. I appreciate the time that you're giving me tonight, but even more so, I appreciate the service that you give to our county, to our students, and to our parents. Thank you very much. So tonight, I want to give you an update on the Innovative High School Programs application process and timeline. And these, the schools that will be following this process, if I can, the schools that follow this process are, the programs that follow this process are AVID, AP Capstone, CTLA, IB, ECA, JOCO Teach, Fire Science Academy, Ideal Academy, and the Middle School Innovation Academy at South Campus. For the past few years, the process has begun on December the 1st with applications being open and available for students and parents. In the 1920 school year, the process included middle school visits, parent information nights, student interviews, then a time for selections and invitations. Then students made their decisions, then enrollment and reassignments were approved. The major changes for the 2020-2021 process will be that middle school visits and parent nights will be virtual. For the next few slides, I've just got a little bit of a bulleted list of things that are happening. Right now, we are working on a website landing page for the innovative programs. We are also working on videos and presentations for our virtual visits for our middle schools. We're changing up and updating our brochures and flyers for parent communication. And we're working on getting our existing and new applications into Script Choice, which is our enrollment platform. Parents and students can get into these applications through Script Choice. They fill out the applications, and then it helps us with the enrollment and the reassignment process. In December, we're going to conduct 2 virtual middle school visits, one on December the 2nd and one on December the 9th. We are assigning schools to each of those just for traffic reasons. We're going to distribute information too about the information nights for January. In January, we'll have our first of 2 virtual parent nights. We'll send Connect Ed reminders, and we're going to put a banner on the website about those meetings as well. Coordinators are going to create program virtual spaces to include some links for exploration, and they're going to be up and ready by January the 28th. Now, we're modeling these parent nights and virtual spaces after the successful open houses that many of the schools had experienced using the Bitmoji classrooms. We think that when students and parents go to these spaces, they're going to be able to do this at their own time and at their own leisure. The only difference is that we're going to have Google Meets available for those 2 nights, January 28th and February the 4th. And those Google Meets will be for coordinators to talk to parents and students who have questions during that 6 to 8 p.m. time period. So, from February to April, the applications close February the 15th. Our second virtual presentation is going to be the February the 4th, as I said. Once the students turn their applications, some programs will ask for interviews. We'll have those March 8th through the 19th. The one difference between last year's process and this year's process is between March 1st and April 1st. We're going to ask students that are already currently enrolled in those school-based programs to request reassignment by the 1st. Hopefully that'll give programs the opportunity to add new students if they have space. We're going to send student notifications for those applicants on the 12th of April. We'll hopefully get the student decisions by April the 23rd, and then after that, the reassignments will be approved. On the last slide I have, it's a very brief presentation. Basically, I've just given you the dates all in one place and a comparison to what happened last year and what we're doing this year. The dates are almost the same with a day here or there, the same amount of time for interviews and same amount of time to complete the applications. And that's all I have for you. Do you have any questions?
Just one.
Okay.
In the old days, you had an open house, and if you came, you came. If you didn't, you missed it. With technology and the virtual visits, I'm wondering if you'll be recording those so that those people who just heard about it after the fact might get to see it?
Right. So I can explain how it's supposed to look right now. With the middle school virtual visits, we're going to have presentations recorded, and we're going to lead them through a Nearpod lesson. So students can see 3 to 5 minute pitches or introductory videos for each of the programs. Once they finish those videos, they'll be able to explore or to learn more going into a longer presentation for the programs that they're interested in. And that's just for the middle school. When we bring in the parent nights in January and February, the virtual spaces will be created so there are several links. There'll be a frequently asked link. There will be a presentation link that is the same link that it may be the same presentation, or coordinators may choose to adapt it more for parents, but that's going to be up to them. But they'll have a place for that presentation, for the pitch video, for frequently asked questions, for the Google Meet, and for student testimonials. They may even have another Google Meet for students to go into a space and talk with students and teachers in the program. So I think it's going to be really neat, and it's going to be available to parents and students throughout the application process. The only thing that will not be activated outside of January 28th and February 4th are the Google Meet links to talk with coordinators. Anyone who wants to talk to coordinators outside that time would need to contact them either through email or calling the school. I think the whole virtual thing is very exciting to me, because if parents couldn't make it one of those 2 nights, they sort of missed out and they had to call the coordinator, and the coordinator spent hours sort of talking with parents individually. And I think this will be a nice experience for them to explore it on their own.
I would just like to say thank you for all your hard work, and I know it's a little bit different times than we have in the past, and a lot more effort and time consuming of your piece of your job is coming to play, but putting this together and making sure that all of the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed so that our parents and students have an opportunity to see this is awesome. So I appreciate everything you've done and your staff. putting this together. And I would just say, that I highly recommend anybody that's interested to really take part of this. And we got great programs across the county, and I just can't say enough thank you for what you've done.
And I would, as I hear you, I also want to give a shout out to Suzanne Lujan and Clint Eves, who worked diligently in the past on this. What they handed to me was so put together that this has been quite easier than you might expect.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Coates, we're going to take a real small break, 3-minute break, if that's okay. All right. Thank you. Dr. Coates.
Thank you. The next item is Exhibit 9B5. North Carolina is recognized nationally and by the state November is recognized nationally and by the state of North Carolina as Career Development Month, and November 18th is Career Development Day. And we have put a lot of emphasis in our department on career development because it truly makes a difference in the lives of our students after they graduate. And if we are vested in their lives after graduation, student achievement takes on a whole new meaning. But anyway, we have created this proclamation that's already prepared for you, and we are requesting that you adopt it as a formal proclaiming of the things I just stated. November is Career Development Month, and November 18th as Career Development Coordinator Day. Our career development coordinators are doing a fabulous job, and they're reaching into middle school where those decisions are formed and helping our students align their career choices and their courses so that we do have more productive students, as a result, more productive citizens. So that is the request before you.
I'll entertain a motion to declare November Career Development Month as well as November 18th Career Development Day.
So moved.
Ms. Grant made the motion, second by Ms. Zukowski. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we will. Motion passed, but you can go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of years ago, we did a JCC fair for middle school in line with this. That's not happened. Is there, I guess, a virtual way to do that so that eighth graders can start that thinking process?
Yes, they're looking at every possible thing. Remember last fall, we did that huge event that the Smithfield, the
Yes.
businesses were involved in. We just
Yes.
couldn't do that because of COVID.
Right.
So there are plans to continue that because we're all hoping and praying that next year this time we're not in this situation. But if we are, we will certainly look at every opportunity available to promote career development.
That was a spectacular,
It was awesome. It was freezing cold, but it was still great.
yes.
It was. Thank you. And the last item for me is Exhibit 9B6. And that's just to update you on Semester 2 options. And I'd like to start by saying what we would like to do and what we can do under COVID are two different things. So what we've done this fall, we've made a lot of decisions because we had to quickly as data changed, as governor's orders changed, as plans changed, and we've lived through those. So with anything, after you've lived through something, you improve it. So we have promised our parents all semester that they will have another choice opportunity for the second semester, effective the second week in November. So this Friday, we plan to make live the parent choice form on the web. We have used the processes from the fall to improve that and met with our principals and our principal advisory team for feedback. We've simplified that process by putting every bit of needed information into one document. I don't know if you remember from the fall, we had an initial registration for the virtual program. Then we had a form if you wanted to change. Then we had a bus form, and parents got confused. So we've put every bit of information that's needed into one form. We have improved the form so that if a parent selects middle school, the only grade options they get are 6, 7, and 8. We had a lot of parents confuse Cleveland Elementary with Cleveland High and pick a grade but pick the wrong school. So we've improved that. We've limited choices. We've included the bus commitment form, but the only way you get that is if you choose face-to-face because virtual choices don't need bus. So we've done a lot of that in the form. We drafted a form, put it out to the principal advisory team for approval before anything's ever been published. So that's the plan there. With respect to classroom instruction, there's not a whole lot of change that we can do. We will still continue to have separate virtual and face-to-face in elementary. We have approved a few requests from teachers to do things differently. We've had a couple of grade levels at various schools request to keep their students and keep them all face-to-face and virtual. They did not want to have separate teachers, but what one of those schools has done is have separate sections. Another school specifically said, I want all my kids. And if they've requested that, we've honored that. We've looked at situations where we can have separate virtual courses. Sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. For example, at a huge middle school, you might have 5 sections of Math 1. That would be easy to separate a virtual from a face-to-face. At a school like Meadow, that's very small, you're not going to have multiple sections, so it limits the choice. So our principals have given input into this. They are looking at improving anything they can improve, but basically we'll be in a very, very similar model that we're in right now because we don't have any other choices. We really can't make it work any other way. So can I answer any questions about that process?
First off, I want to thank you for everybody who worked on that and looked at what you did in the fall and have helped make a clearer path for our parents and our school employees to help parents go through that process of decision. I just want to make a comment about the dashboard and having the students who are in quarantine up on that dashboard so students can parents can make a decision. And then the question I have is, when will you close that form? Like, when do parents have that
I
decision
don't know that
have been made?
we've not set a close date. We are requesting, remember before we had a very short turnaround. A lot of people missed it. We are requesting, we're making it live Friday afternoon, Friday night, whatever time works. We're requesting that parents complete it on November 30th. That gives them the entire month of November, remaining month of November through Thanksgiving weekend. We will send reminders. We have approved that with our principals who said, because we're really looking at who's making a different decision. Schedules are already completed for students based on where they're being served right now. So the only changes that will be required will be people who request something different. And we're hoping that won't be a significant number. But principals can then use the data that they get starting December 1st to make any schedule changes. If it necessitates different class assignments, they would have the opportunity to notify everyone before we go home for Christmas break, so that when we come back after Christmas, we're ready to rock and roll with the second semester. Did I answer that?
Question about buses.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that going to give our bus transportation folks time to do?
Yes, they were
revised
part of this development process of this form. So again, the only changes they would have to make are people who make a different selection. So we're asking every parent to recommit to a decision, to fill out one form for every child. One of the things that happened in the fall was that parents didn't get a confirmation, so they thought maybe their form wasn't submitted, so they submit 5 times, and it skewed our numbers. So we have a successful submission notification in there. We've put everything that we can think of with feedback from our principals and bus transportation department to make it better, and they were part of the plan for this.
Okay, and so this goes live this Friday.
Friday.
Which means that they'll basically have a little more than 2 weeks to make a
including
decision.
a long holiday weekend, yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
So, Dr. Coates, is it only if they're making changes they go on, or everybody recommits?
We're asking everybody to recommit, and then we will update principals on what to do if someone does miss it. It's already been, transcribed, what is it? COVID brain has gotten me. We've already got it translated into Spanish. It's ready to go. We are doing it the same way we did in the fall. We've added some things to it to make it easier for our central staff to see where our special needs kids are, where our gifted learners are, where our English language learners are. We have an individual spreadsheet for each school in addition to the transportation department, so they'll get notified of who selects bus commitment. So everything is one-stop shopping. We will also be updating the website. We're meeting Thursday about that. We have those edits ready to go, and as soon as our communications team completes their duties with Veterans Day, we'll jump right on this. It's ready to go.
And we are asking them to commit for the full semester if they go virtual, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yes.
And Dr. Bracy, this may not be the most appropriate time to insert this, but whenever we're talking about this virtual and face-to-face situation that we're in, I'm talking to my friends and they're telling me that they are going through no planning. They're going from the minute they get there to the minute they leave with kids, having to, ask permission to go to the bathroom, get somebody to cover for them, and they just have to continue, teaching all day without a break. And for someone who teaches like 1.5 hours a day, that's pretty tough on me. I can't imagine going, 7, 8 hours a day. But logistically, can we sustain this, in your opinion? And also, I know we've talked about, Simpson Building heading over and, backing these teachers up. I mean, my biggest question would be, can we sustain this? Well, can they sustain this? Because they're putting in a tremendous amount of work. And I know our TAs and everyone's chipping in to clean classrooms. I was just going to get your thoughts on what we have going on as far as man and woman power issues.
I think it is a challenge, Mr. Johnson. Having been in some schools who have had entire grade levels quarantined and sent home, sometimes teachers are there and teachers are not there, and we've pulled front desk staff, we've pulled guidance counselors, and when I say that it's been a all hands on deck situation, it truly has been an all hands on deck situation. We talked about Central stepping in and helping. We've done that, and I'm proud to say that our staff has done that. We've been out, we've subbed in classrooms, sometimes all day. We've been in front of buildings doing carpool before school and did temperature checks as needed. So we are pitching in and helping in any way that we can. As far as sustainability, it's a challenge. And I think it truly depends day by day on what the logistics of the staff, who's in, who's out of the building, looks like. There may come a day where I have an email to you talking about the challenges of staffing a building for the next few days. And you all get an email from me when we relocate students and staff from face-to-face to remote. I always send you that so you'll know the logistics of that and what's happening and how we're going to cover that. So I think it's a day-by-day and a wait-and-see approach. But our staff stands and will continue to stand by, ready to help our schools in any way that we can.
So Dr. Bracy, is there any way to have kind of substitute relief teachers, not a substitute for a particular class, but kind of a relief teacher who can do just what Ronald's talking about, escorting kids to the restroom, covering for a few minutes while a teacher goes to the restroom? I mean, if you utilized a couple of subs at each school every day just for relief, maybe. I don't know.
I'll say this, Ms. Grant, and Dr. Coates can chime in if she thinks I'm saying something wrong. I feel safe in saying, Dr. Coates, it's been a challenge just to get subs there for all-day vacancies.
Absolutely.
We're really getting toward the point where we're depleting our normal sub folks.
Some subs may not want to be in the classroom all day teaching a class, but they would cover as a relief for, a half day relief. I know subs are usually 4 hours or 8 hours. You could get, if it's put in as a relief and what that means, you possibly could get some people interested in doing that. They're not really teaching a particular grade level at that point. They're covering and just helping those teachers out. Just a thought.
We have people in my building that have subbed every day this week. I mean, the need is very, very great. And the thing is complicated by, like in our situation, if we have an employee who's been, finds out they're sick, nobody intentionally gets sick. I didn't know I'd even been exposed till I got sick. So when you have that exposure and you quarantine staff, it puts the extra load on others. But we are in the schools every day helping.
And Mr. Vetrano has done a great job of, if you can talk about that list that you've created, Mr. Vetrano, that we sent to all the schools.
So a couple of things. One, we do have a central office coverage list, and there are about 85 individuals on that list who are ready at any given moment to go sub at a school. Cabinet members are on that list, because as we have shared, we're not going to ask our team to do anything that we would not be willing to do ourselves. And so, I may be called to be at a school on Thursday. So as far as the subs are concerned, I wanted to share with you kind of what the picture looks like for our substitutes. And the team does a fabulous job in trying to not only recruit subs, but to process applications when they express an interest. We have about between 800 and 900 subs on our list. But what you need to understand is that number can be very deceiving, because if you hear that a school system has 800 subs available, you think, well, we can handle 800 absences each day. That's far from the truth. I would say about a fourth of those substitutes, about 200, are what we would call active subs. They are continuously looking for positions, and they want to work week by week. Many subs are on the sub list because they're retired, and they pick and choose when they want to work, and I don't blame them. That's the benefit of being retired. Sometimes they may not want to work during the Thanksgiving time or during Christmas time because they're busy doing things that they can enjoy when they're retired. So we have about 200 subs that we can really rely upon, and that's nothing against the 800 subs that we have. I'm glad they're on that list, but it can be very deceiving when you hear 800 subs. We are averaging, just the last few days, I know Dr. Pierce and I were looking at it recently in ASOP, which is the system that we utilize to post vacant positions, not permanent vacant positions, but teacher absences, so that our subs can look and secure themselves to a position. So we've been averaging around 250, it seems like, absences where we need subs, and we're only hitting about 110, 120 a day as far as subs who are securing themselves to those positions. So in other words, I say we have about 200 active subs, but right now we're only seeing about 120 that we're able to get each day.
And so what I'm hearing is that those kids who don't have subs are being absorbed into other classrooms, or whatever the next step is for that school.
So at the school, we have asked, in addition to utilizing, we talked about the central coverage list, but we've also asked principals to utilize every resource you have. So if you have curriculum coaches at your school, if you have, which they all do, teacher assistants. Now, we do not take teacher assistants out of our EC classrooms, but if you have regular ed teacher assistants and you need them to serve as the teacher in a fourth grade classroom for the day, then it's all hands on deck, and we need to make it happen. So if you have enhancement teachers and you don't have an enhancement schedule occurring at your school, so we're utilizing every single person that we can at the school. And so, we're making it happen, as we've said before, but it is a challenge. It's a struggle.
And you mentioned the EC teacher assistants. While they may not be being pulled to substitute in classrooms, I'm hearing that they're being pulled to sub as drivers. And that's taking them, one in particular that I spoke with today is in a severe and profound classroom. And that time that she's being pulled to drive a bus as a sub-bus driver, that teacher is alone changing diapers and doing all the things that have to happen in a severe and profound classroom. She's alone. And I just have to say, I appreciate your team spirit, that you all have jumped in. But my question is, what's happening to the programs that your folks should be running? What's happening with their responsibilities as they're being pulled into classrooms?
They're working long hours, and in some cases, you're prioritizing and you're making sure that things that must get done for today get done, and things that you would like to have done or that maybe need to be done are being put on the back shelf. So, but, you know, our focus has been on the schools and giving the support that we need. And so, and I'll give principals credit that some of them are reluctant to contact us. I know that one of our team members shared, well, Mr. Vetrano will be out there tomorrow. And they said, no, we're going to make it happen. I'm going to use somebody else. And we shared with them, no, we're on that list. We're ready to come out there. Don't make exceptions for any of us. So I give principals a lot of credit and the staff a lot of credit. They're really pulling together. They're making it happen. It's easy for me to just go out there and show up and say, what can I do to help? They're the ones who are making it happen. And I know it's challenging for them. And I know that Patty and David work with them closely and hear probably more so than I do the challenges that they're facing each day. But we're pulling together as a team. It's all hands on deck. And but I heard subs, and I wanted to speak to that because I've been asked before how many subs we have, and I say 800, and it sounds like a tremendous number, but in reality, we have a far less number of individuals who want to sub on a daily basis. But we appreciate our subs. If all they can do is one day, that's one day we appreciate.
Mr. Vetrano, I just want to make sure that if a TA serves as a substitute, they get first-year teacher pay. Is that not still
That has
practice?
not changed.
Good
So
deal.
if a TA is pulled and they're serving as the teacher for the day, then they're entitled to that TA sub pay. Yes, ma'am, which is equivalent to first-year teacher pay.
And to my understanding, and this is just from speaking to people at schools, there is one high school that is down to 2 custodial staff, I believe. And I'm just curious, and if we haven't, we really need to. I know we brought it up in several of the previous meetings where we need to contract with someone. If we are saving money on that salary, have we contracted with a cleaning service to come in and try to carry some weight for these custodians? I mean,
So Ms. Gill might be able to speak best to that. I know that she has reached out to temp services, more than one, because one temp service who's worked with us before, and they're great, they were not able to give us as many people as we needed. So I think we're working with more than one temp service at this time to bring in custodial support for those vacancies. I don't know if you want to add any more to that.
and what I would recommend is a commercial cleaning service. I mean, like,
Right.
not a temporary employee, but someone who will pay to come in. But go ahead, Ms. Gill.
Yes, we did get quotes for contract companies to come in, and at that time, it was very cost prohibitive to do that. So what we were continuing with is working with 2 temp agencies, and we have been getting them filled as we go along, as quickly as we can. We put 5 in from the temp companies, and within 3 or 4 days, they've quit. So, you know, as soon as we get them in, they leave. But I have been working through getting all available opportunities.
If we have a custodial staff less than 50%, Mr. Chairman, I would appreciate if we could have some bids submitted. For example, if we are staffed for 6 custodians at any given school and we are down to 3, I would like to go ahead and get bids submitted from companies as far as Wake County, because there's a tremendous amount of commercial cleaning companies and there's certifications available that are specific to COVID cleaning. I want that, and I think that needs to be made a priority if special session is needed for that. But I mean, 2 custodians in a high school is absolutely absurd. So that's what I'm recommending, sir.
And I would like to, if I could, I do have a document that we maintain that has all of our custodial needs on that. It also shows where we're using school nutrition folks, where we're using bus driver only folks. So there, we track each and every school. So if I could, please share that with Dr. Bracey so that he in turn can share it with you. You'll be able to see exactly what schools I'm talking about and every piece of help that we have. We have it broken down by the school, where we have school nutrition folks, where we have custodial helpers from bus drivers, and where we have temps. And then this is something we look at daily. So if there is a school that is in that kind of shape, we certainly are going to be looking at that. And I did do all of those looks at what it could be to get people. My general services folks are working at night. They are flexing their hours, spraying the schools for the folks. They are still doing that. So we are doing everything that we can. Certainly, I will work with Mr. Britt to look at all the budgetary issues related to that.
And I do appreciate everybody tagging in on that and coming in after hours, but a man down is a man down, a woman down is a woman down. You don't have that body, you don't have that staff. Mr. Chairman, I'd appreciate it if you get those bids, provided that each school is at 50% capacity.
I totally agree with you, Mr. Johnson, and if it's the same school I'm thinking about, the principal is actually going around fogging the building, and they're taking turns on a daily basis fogging this particular high school. And, you know, after their long day as well, everybody's putting long hours, but I agree, we need to make sure that we have the custodial staff to assist in these schools so it keeps it safe for our students and the staff. So, Ms. Gill, if you would go ahead and start getting bids to.
I have them already.
You have them already?
And I'd like to be clear, if I could, that we have exhausted all of those opportunities. And we are not saying that I haven't, or my staff, Mr. Dewey Baker, has not done what he was asked to do as far as getting the bids. But I have to go through budgetary constraints related to the budgets that we have and get approval for that. And I was at a situation where this was the path we were going through at that time. So I have to go through the proper channels with money. It is not my money to make that decision on. So I pulled back on that opportunity, even though I do have 3 bids ready to go.
I appreciate that. I asked for it, so I expect it. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, I would ask for the Finance Committee to be involved with this as well. You and Mr. Wooten, please get with Mr. Britt as well as Ms. Gill to see how we can expedite this and see if there's any money that can be utilized for this type of custodial staff.
Thank you.
And I'll also share the spreadsheet with you so you can know exactly what we look at every day in monitoring all the help that we have for our schools, because it is priority for us. Thank you.
Well, and I think the key question that we need to be filtering everything through is this sustainable?
Thank you. Absolutely, because I spent hours visiting schools. I went to Archers Lodge Middle School. I saw Miss Gill, the bus driver onlys inside the school that day, cleaning. I saw PLCs taking place. I saw schools that were working together and making it work, and they were problem solving and looking at the problems they had as a school, reaching out to communities and making things work. And it made me feel so much better. But it does come down to sustainability, and it's not just about custodians. It's not just about bus drivers. It's also about our teachers and our TAs. It's about every school system employee that we have. Y'all are working yourselves to death. There's no life-work balance, and that's the sustainability that I'm concerned about.
I agree, and Dr. Bracey and I have had these conversations where, you know, the what-ifs, as far as we have so many staff members out, and we may not have enough substitutes. Do we shut down a particular school or schools to make sure that we still sustain what we can? But I echo what you're saying. Everybody in this school system is working to the 11th degree of what they can do on a daily basis. And it's been a struggle, but they've come to it's a major challenge, and they've all stepped up to that. And it goes back to what Dr. Coates said about what we learned in the fall of how we come with the virtual versus the face-to-face options. The things that they learned from that experience, they're implementing in this new process for the spring to kind of streamline it so it's a lot easier and user-friendly for our students and staff, our parents. But I think that as we continue to move forward, COVID is not going away. Vaccine may be a lot closer with the information come out this week about it. But we just have to continue to assess this on a daily basis and stay in close contact with our schools, as well as Dr. Bracey and his staff, to see what their recommendations are for the betterment of our school system. I think all of us would agree that, but the cleanliness of the COVID is very top priority. And Mr. Johnson, I appreciate you bringing that up, and I would like for you, Mr. Wooten, to get with Mr. Britt to see how we can accommodate in that area.
So, yes, sir. You know, we're looking at CARES Act money. I'm sure there's got to be some flexibility. I'm surprised you didn't say his name twice. He should be hitting that door any minute now. But, yeah, I mean, there's got to be some flexibility somewhere, and you can't spend enough money on keeping our schools clean right now. So, thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Gill, Mr. Vetrano, Dr. Coates. But just I want to make sure I paint this picture, and I always invite Mr. Vetrano, Dr. Pierce, to, if I say something not correct. I believe in the month of October we had 439 staff members quarantined, correct? And we also have over 200 employees at home on work accommodations. Think about that now. That's a lot of people that have been out of place for COVID-related reasons. And therein lies all the challenges of pulling data managers, treasurers, receptionists. We've pulled everybody. So I just want to make sure we talk about what is sustainable. It's very challenging. But of course, if we come to that point that Mr. Sutton mentioned about not having enough staff, of course, we'll have a conversation as a board before we make any decisions like that. Thank you.
Thank you all. All right, next up is Ms. Gill and Mr. Brooks Moore.
Hello again. We have 3 items today, and we are always delighted when we have Mr. Moore here because he is a great resource for us. But we're going to begin with Board Exhibit 9C1, which is the construction and bond update. And this is an update that is presented to you typically at least quarterly to see where all of your bond money is going, how it's being spent. You should have a spreadsheet at your seats which helps you see the cost analysis as things are coming through. And so I believe we have a PowerPoint ready to go and some great drone shots. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Moore at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Gill. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Bracy. It is a pleasure to be back with you, and it has been quite some time since our last bond construction update, which was in March before everything started. So, before I get to the PowerPoint, I would like to call your attention to the bond project finances sheet that's in your board pack. Lots of information here. I'm open to answering any questions, but from a high level, 30,000 feet, everything is running perfectly fine. Even with the additional measures for our security vestibules project, some track stuff at Smithfield Selma High School, and then that sewer service to the new school that wasn't expected. So we do build in contingency, and as you can see, we have used about half of that, which is extremely good because stuff happens in construction, but with very strict oversight and management, you can pretty well ward off some things. So as you can see, we have completed 7 of the 9 current projects. Unfortunately, we have not been able to have ribbon cuttings, dedications and stuff, but one day we will. And right now, we have 2 ongoing and 3 bidding. So, any questions about the finance portion before I jump into the overall update?
You know, based on the environment of COVID-19, have you seen any increase in expenditures or potential circumstances where we would experience additional costs based on this pandemic?
There have been some with getting materials on time. Fortunately, the contract price is the contract price. So unfortunately for our contractors, they've been committed to what they did. We have had a few minor delays with getting materials, but on the back end, they've been allowed to work on campuses without students.
Okay.
Since March. So it's kind of been a perfect balance.
With that being said, I know you may have the answer to this, but if you could, are there any change orders? And again, if you can just get me this at a later date, are there any change orders that would represent a 10% or anything higher than that in the overall cost? Have there been any change orders completed to any of these bond referendum jobs that you're aware of? Everything's on budget, ready to go. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Yes, sir, fortunately. And I do anticipate coming up a couple of projects that are currently out for bid, based on the amount of workload that's out there has actually decreased because of COVID. I anticipate our bid numbers being better. So,
Well, I won't complain about saving money.
absolutely. Any more? All right, at this time, we'll jump into the construction update based off on November 2020. Again, we have completed the field turf project at Princeton Middle High that will benefit all of their soccer, football, all of their sports teams, middle and high. And also thanks again to a community support of Hanson Aggregates, who donated all the stone for that project. So a huge huge boost of community support there. Over at North Johnston High School, the woefully undersized HVAC in the new gym, we have added 40 tons of cooling, which is quite significant. Also at the front entrance, let me pull some pictures up for you to help show you what I'm talking about. So the top left is an air handler that we added. In the bottom right of North Johnston High School, you can see the trees are gone. The new front facade there that shows that this is the front of North Johnston High School. Also a handicap ramp. I was appalled that the only way to get to the front office was you had to go all the way down to the gym and come all the way through the school to get to the front office when in a wheelchair. So we addressed that matter. There it goes. Next up is the Westview roof replacement project funded through our insurance company. Our final inspections in 2 weeks. They have torn that entire roof off and put new panels on there, flashing valleys, everything. And then also some other items on the facility side. We have installed 5 more mobile classrooms this summer. We provided an ADA lift at South Johnston, so students could get, handicapped students could get from the school area to the gym. And then at Triple S and Meadow, we completely resanded and redid the gym floors on top of our annual buffing coats at every gym. And Polenta, we took out that old ragged carpet and put padded vinyl flooring down. And this next one is quite, if you don't hear any other of my points, I hope you get this one, and it's been touched on many times throughout this meeting, but since I took over the facility realm in March, the grass has not stopped growing because of COVID. There's still work orders out there. There's still projects going on. There's still operational items that we've been doing, and that number right there is staggering. Our maintenance staff has accomplished and completed 7,685 work orders since March. And I'm a math guy, and I love spreadsheets and numbers. That's over 65 work orders per day, with a staff of 91 guys and gals that's been working during COVID, essential people. And on top of the work order side, we have also had the time to do some preventive maintenance. And I'll say, since school started back and students and staff back in, I mean, we've had tremendously less emergencies and calls and issues and stuff. So the PM pays off. All right. Now to our ongoing projects. Clayton High School. This is the before picture. Kind of there between the football field and the baseball field, you can see a hodgepodge of ticket booth, bathrooms, concession stands, field house, stores. There's like 5 buildings in there. So with our CTE and field house project, there's the field house in May. July, the roof's on. They have started the roof on the CTE building. September. And now October. We moved in last week. Football team has bathrooms again, locker rooms again. And then once football starts, on the front are new public gang bathrooms. On the right side is a concession stand. There's some pictures. Nice new lockers. So one thing cool is that from the old field house from a long time ago, Boosters had given wooden lockers and had their names on them. So we kept them. And got them restained, fixed up, put them in. So that's what you see there. The bottom there is some pictures from inside the CTE building. Quite extensive renovation with new bathrooms, heating and air systems, electrical, the whole nine. Moving on now to the Thanksgiving area elementary school. This one started in March and has been nothing short of just rolling. There's April, the erosion control stuff's in, the storm ponds are done, the mass grading started. They moved about 90,000 yards of dirt in a month. They had off-road trucks, those big 20-ton off-road trucks just running around. They got it done. So the awesome thing that you'll see here between May and June, you can see each building starting. The cool thing and the efficient thing about our model school design is you can see on the top right, they're doing the next building pad. On the top left, they are doing footings on one building pad. On the center picture there, they're standing still. So the good thing is when the concrete guy starts, he can keep on going, building and building and building. He's not waiting on someone else. The steel guy can follow him on and on. So there's some roofing going up a month later. And then there's October, we got asphalt down in 5 months. I'm telling you. So, and then there's some interior pictures. We have ductwork, electrical systems, sprinkler systems, mezzanines up, equipment going up there, paving going on. I would like to add that I've been working with Piedmont Natural Gas, and I don't even think I've told her yet, but Piedmont is going to waive a $130,000 infrastructure fee to run gas service to this school because they want to get the first school on natural gas. We've always done a tank farm, but Piedmont has stepped up and said we'll waive it to get the first school on. So hopefully this start something. So natural gas will save about $5,000 a year just on the gas portion of the school. So on top of that, we just got bids on the furniture package. Working with technology curriculum to get everything on the back end ordered and ready. So next summer when we're moving in, everything's here and ready to go. So last but not least, we're building a couple more projects. A metal roof project at Wilson's Mills and the tennis courts at Clayton High School. So nonetheless, construction and facilities has been quite busy during COVID. Any questions about the status of projects or upcoming projects?
Brooks, I don't think you've been busy enough, have you? Hey, this is great information. It seems like yesterday we were at Thanksgiving School for the ribbon cutting with the county commissioners and Dr. Bracy, and seeing the steel put up and everything else, and where it's come today is just phenomenal. The weather has been great for construction and all these other projects. And I had the opportunity to walk through Clayton High School's locker room in the CTE building, and it's phenomenal. It's great. It's just an awesome building that has been put out there for them, and seeing those refurbished lockers look really, really cool in that locker room. So appreciate you overseeing this and doing a great job. And that's awesome news about Piedmont Gas. We appreciate them waiving that fee. That's money that we can use somewhere else and help out and assist some other schools within the district. So we thank you for everything you do.
Yes, sir. My pleasure.
The next item I have is Board Exhibit 9C2, authorization for surplus of activity buses. Whenever an activity bus has reached its usefulness to the school system, whether through age or disrepair, it's placed out of service waiting to be declared surplus. Once the bus is declared surplus, it's advertised to sale to the public. Transportation Services has 3 activity buses that have reached their usefulness through age and disrepair. They include 1993 models, bus 8064, 8065, 8067. And the Transportation Department would like to deem these items surplus, and they would like to authorize a sale by the Transportation Services staff, and this item is recommended for approval.
I'd entertain a motion for the bus surplus declaration.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Johnson, second by Ms. Grant. Any questions or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
The final item I have this evening is Board Exhibit 9C3 and Westview Elementary purchase of property for the North Carolina DOT project. As you know, we've been talking about this project in various stages for quite a while now. The North Carolina DOT, the I-5-111 project to widen I-40 and Cleveland Road requires the purchase of the school property. Remember, early on, we gave them early access to begin some of the work. We have been going through the negotiation processes through the assistance of the attorneys at Tharrington Smith, Mr. Moore, and this does not impact the school directly, but it's the taking of vacant property along the back, and I'm going to ask Brooks to come up and talk more about that. What you are seeing in your packet is the offer to purchase. That money will come to us. It will then go right back into the bond to help support the bond project and working with DOT collaboratively to complete that busing parking lot, which is what we wanted to achieve all along. And so that will be good. So Brooks, if you want to talk a little bit about especially the pond, there's some very detailed pieces of this I think will be very helpful for you to know. Thank you, Brooks.
Yeah, so part of this, I mean, Ford is going from 4 lanes to 10 lanes in this area. I mean, there's exit ramps and side roads, yeah. So part of this is they are in need of this like 7 point something acres of our land in the back and some in the front too, which actually includes the school sign. So we'll work with the school to put their sign back. But a big thing is our storm water retention pond. The whole site drains into that pond. About half of that pond is now in the roadway. So I think it was in August, the DOT provided an appraisal like 800 something thousand, and that's to move the storm pond, purchase the land, all of that. And I quickly said that we don't want no parts of us moving the storm pond, because I know that when you have a roadway contractor out there working, they're going to say, it's the pond move, it's the pond move. When's the pond going to be moved? So we negotiated that out of the taking and put it on the contractor building the road to move the pond forest, because there's permitting, stormwater, all kinds of stuff. So that was a great win. Very, very thankful for that. But also, I wasn't comfortable with the appraisal selecting property in Wake County to purchase property in Johnson County. All the comps were Garner, Raleigh area. And it was like location reduction of 20% and all of that. So working with Mr. Malone with Tharrington and Smith, we hired our own appraiser, and he appraised it based on comps from Johnston County. It came back $15,250 higher than Wake County or the DOT's appraisal. We submitted that to the state and said we'll take this. They accepted. So what we have in your pack is the recommendation for the offer to purchase based on our appraisal.
I'll entertain a motion to, for Westview Elementary DOT land acquisition, offer to purchase. Motion by Ms. Zukowski. Second by Ms. Sessoms. Any questions or comments?
It was coming about like 40,000 an acre, right, Brooks? That's about right?
38 something.
Okay.
38.9, I think. Yep.
Any other questions? I just thank you for your due diligence in getting another appraiser to take care of that and look at it from a comp standpoint. Back in my days in the mortgage industry, I looked at all that and the reductions of comps and things of that nature based upon where they were located. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Big factor to it, so, yep.
All right, we got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Sutton. If I could just remind everybody, tomorrow's Veterans Day. We do have the wonderful drive-in. It's supposed to be torrential rain, but we have covers for everybody. But remember, it is a 11 o'clock YouTube event. And then we have 12 to 2. Communications has been working. Rotary Club's donated flags all along the site. Go by SSS to see it. And so we will have a beautiful drive-in event. And I just want to thank the communications team who did a fantastic job and just collaborative effort with commissioners again. Great day ahead tomorrow.
Yes, thank you. I had it on my notes to remind everybody of that before we leave, but thank you for reminding us tomorrow is Veterans Day. And we appreciate everybody in Johnson County Public Schools continuing to do this event, even though we're in a pandemic where we all cannot be in the gymnasium, because that is one of the most awesome services that we put on at Johnson County Public Schools. Mr. Vetrano.
Yes, sir. Good to be back. This is Board Exhibit 9D1, and this is a proposal for our traditional calendar, specifically impacting elementary schools. I will share with you that in a recent elementary principals meeting that I believe Ms. Whittington or Dr. Pierce, or maybe both of them, were a part of, there were some requests coming from that meeting based on principals speaking with staff, and that's what I'll be sharing with you this evening. But let me give you a little calendar history. You probably remember, but it seems like every year we revise our calendars so many times here in North Carolina. But the calendar committee last year created a calendar that this board approved, and then legislation was passed that basically said you had to add 5 instructional days, you had to add 5 remote learning days into the calendar. And then, and so our board did that, and then the decision was made at the state level that we might not be able to return students to school. And so, as you know, most school systems returned to school under a remote platform, so to speak, and our calendars were revised again to reflect that. On September 24th, this board approved for us to revise calendars based on the decision to return elementary students to school for face-to-face or in-person learning on a regular basis based on decisions made by the governor that elementary schools could return to school under Plan A, and then our middle and high schools return to school under the cohort blended model, which is how they're currently, the model they're currently following. So back in September 24th, when we were revising our calendars again, for elementary schools, they had been out such a long period, and there were, we took some of those remote learning days that were built into the calendar, and we made them student days, in-person days. The thinking behind that was many of our parents were so eager for their children to start that we had already met you need to add 5 remote days built into your calendar, because we had been following the remote learning model for so long. So there were 2 days on the original calendar for elementary schools as well that had remote learning days on that Monday and Tuesday prior to the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Thanksgiving. So the calendar that was approved, and it's displayed on the monitors, has elementary students coming to school on the Monday and the Tuesday of November 23rd and 24th. Now, on the middle and high school calendars, those 2 days are remote learning, and here's the reasoning behind that. when we had 2 cohorts coming, we wanted to make sure that whichever cohort your child landed in, that there was no benefit or advantage either way. So, for example, my son goes to school Thursday and Friday. So what we wanted to do is ensure that my son has the same amount of face-to-face days as a student who was selected to be in school on Monday, Tuesday. So that was our thinking behind the face-to-face days for the 6-12, and that's why on November 23rd and 24th, those are remote learning. Because if we had those face-to-face, then cohort 1 would have had more face-to-face instruction than cohort 2. So these calendars were approved on September 24th. I don't think a lot of people looked ahead. I think our focus has been on making it day by day, as we've talked about, and I think as we approach the Thanksgiving holiday, probably more and more, especially at the elementary level, saw, wait a minute, our kids are coming to school on the 23rd and 24th, but middle and high school, they're on remote learning. So our principals asked if the board would consider reclassifying those days as remote learning. There are advantages to that. I feel like my role is to share with you the advantages and maybe are there any disadvantages, and then let you choose which direction you want to go. So a possible disadvantage is November 10th. These days are November 23rd and 24th. So we try as much as we can to give parents sufficient notification. So we might have some parents who would say, well, I had intended for my child to go to school on that day, and now I have to arrange for childcare. There may be some parents who might be excited about that. Maybe they were looking at taking off that whole week. Now, I will tell you that November 23rd and 24th, even for middle and high school, those are synchronous learning days. So even though the students will not be in school on that day, they will be engaged in instruction during the instructional day. So if we elect to, and the teachers and staff, even at the middle and high school, will still be reporting to the work site on November 23rd and 24th. So when we were discussing that in Cabinet about this option, I said I just want to make sure, I understand why the elementary schools would be looking at the middle high school calendar and wanting exactly what they have. I get that. But I also wanted to make sure that we all understood that even if we reclassify those days as November 23rd and 24th, students are still going to be engaged in instruction as if they did come to the school, and staff would still be reporting to the school building on those days. Now, another advantage, we talked about how challenging it is at the school level, and even though synchronous learning would still be occurring, it may give teachers a little bit of a time to be able to plan additionally. In between those breaks where the instruction is not occurring, they would be in the classroom without the students. So I just want to always try to share with you what I feel are the benefits and maybe some things that people may perceive as disadvantages, so that in the end we can make the best decision we can. And there may be other advantages or disadvantages that I haven't thought of, but the proposal before you is that our elementary schools would like to see November 23rd and 24th designated as remote learning days to align with the middle and high school. So I hope I've given you enough information.
Let me ask, our drivers only, our bus drivers who are drivers only, would, if we went along with this and elementary was remote learning, would they be able to take leave? Would they still be paid?
We would still compensate them.
So I think in a normal school year, this wouldn't be a non-issue, right? Because everybody would probably be in school on the 22nd and 23rd. it just makes sense to me to align it so it matches the 612 for our staff and employees.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think that we have to get some form of consistency and uniformity among the schedules, and remote learning for those 2 days, I think, would be beneficial to all involved.
I agree.
Yep.
Because if you remember, this time last year, as you were getting ready to pull the calendar committee together to start the process, one of the things that was really important to all of us was that because we had so many calendars going, that we get them all on the same schedule. Because our teachers who, let's say our high school teachers who have children at the elementary, it was a hardship, as well as families. You know, you've got kids who are here on this schedule and the older kids are on another. So I think that consistency is important.
I think it's important, Mr. Vetrano, but I'm curious if parents were consulted or if there were parents on the review team. Who've you heard from, in other words?
Unfortunately, and I guess if I can blame somebody, I'll blame COVID. We have not had the liberty to conduct surveys or pull committees together on this. This was just something that was recently brought to our attention. And again, I understand the reason behind the proposal. Not saying I disagree with it. I certainly see advantages in it. But at the same time, I never want to come up here and only share what I feel are the positive things behind it, and then this board receives some criticism, and I may not have shared everything with you that I feel like you need to know. So, again, it would align these two calendars. They were not aligned anyway, just because of the fact that we had elementary coming back under Plan A, the governor's Plan A, which he allowed, and middle schools and high schools were not allowed under the governor's plan to return under a Plan A. So I think we did our best as a school system and board to put together calendars that would work well. But again, I think everybody's been focused on day to day, that they really haven't looked ahead. And as we're approaching Thanksgiving, they began to see, wait a minute, there's a discrepancy here between the two. And I hope I explained to you why that discrepancy exists. But, you know, again, I understand from a parent's perspective too, that they were ready for, many of them ready to get their kids in school. And I know that there were a couple who expressed concern over the remote learning day on Election Day because of childcare. And we tried to explain that many of our schools are used as polling sites and that we had to close school at least at those sites anyway, and that we try to keep our schools in line and consistent as far as schedules are concerned. So I think we've said it before. Unfortunately, during COVID, there are no great decisions, but we just have to make whatever the decisions we feel are best, given the information that we have.
I just want to say that I understand some wanting to align the calendars. All the staff are going to the school building anyway, regardless of whether they're elementary, middle, or high. You know, we told parents we were going to start on a certain day, and we didn't. And then we adjusted when school start was going to be, and then it was just these students and then these students, and we you know, if I was a parent with a kid in school right now, I'd be like, if y'all change this calendar on me one more time, I've had it with you. So, without parent input, I hate to see us change a calendar again on them.
I agree.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion to transition Monday and Tuesday before Thanksgiving to remote learning for our K-5.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Ms. Sessoms,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Zukowski. Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no.
No.
Motion carries 4-2. Thank you, Mr. Vetrano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And what we will do on our end is get that information out as quickly as possible. Again, difficult decisions. I completely understand why the elementary schools would want us to look at that. But for the parents' perspective, we will get that message out to them as soon as possible so that they can begin to plan.
Will that be a connected message, Mr. Petrano?
Yes, Dr. Bracy, would you think that that would be a connected message? I would too. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Emails as well.
Yes, ma'am. All right. The next item, I believe it was added as an adjustment to the agenda, is Exhibit 9D2. The superintendent has shared with you two recommendations, one for assistant principal at Pine Level Elementary School, Lauren Hayes, the other area assistant superintendent, Ms. Tanya Leathers. So those are the two recommendations that the superintendent has before you.
I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Smith, second by Ms. Grant. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Mr. Vetrano.
All right. Thank you all very much.
Mr. Britt.
Good evening, Chairman Sutton, Vice Chair Dr. Peggy Smith, board members, and Dr. Bracy. Presented for your consideration tonight is our first budget amendment for fiscal year 2020-2021. I'll cover a few of the highlights that you have before you in your board packet. The first of which actually is not part of this packet. It is some information we got this week, or excuse me, this past week after the deadline for the budget amendment. We were held harmless for our ADM from the state this year, so we didn't have a reversion due to a loss of students. But we still were going to have a reversion due to any kind of changes in the number of charter school students that were part of our district. And we did have a reversion for that. That reversion was a little bit higher than what I had anticipated. It was $1,092,000 that's being reverted back to the state. Even with that kind of unexpected hit, I do not anticipate any use of fund balance this year. So a negative thing, we'll put a little positive spin on it there. So a few more positive things. The state authorized, as Mr. Johnson mentioned earlier, the state authorized a $350 bonus for all teachers. That was paid this past month in October, and that has gone out. We also have an additional $10 million that is, roughly $10 million, that is budgeted for supplements that will be paid this month. And so that includes teacher supplements and classified staff supplements as well. So that's nothing new. It's what has been done each year. And as Mr. Johnson has mentioned earlier with the committee update, that is budgeted and planned again for this year, in case anybody at home was wondering if that was going to be a possibility.
So the supplement is different than the $300 classified bonus? Are they two different things, or is that one thing?
So the supplement is our annual, some people call it a bonus, some people call it a supplement. It's a one-time payment that comes every November for our classified staff. So this year would be really no different than previous years, as long as the board sees fit to continue to offer that.
And that's $300 per classified staff?
Per classified staff, yes, ma'am.
And the teachers is 1%?
The teachers, it is, I don't have those percentages in front of me, but it's unchanged from this past year. There's a schedule with a certain percentage, and it's split in half for the year. We pay half now and then half in June.
Gotcha, thank you.
And just for those folks viewing at home, those supplements are coming out of our local budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is appropriated by our county commissioners.
That's correct. And you'll notice on, there's a cash balance sheet that we have. We've built up quite a bit of cash balance so far this year. I think we're at $18 million now, which $10 million of that is reserved for this local bonus, or excuse me, this local supplement that will be paid this month. So,
I'll entertain a motion for Budget Amendment 1.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Johnson, second by Ms. Grant. Any questions or comments?
Mr. Brewer, you going to give an update on the charter school reversion that you mentioned earlier?
yes, that, we'll have the, well, no, that'll be actually next month, since we don't have it included in this budget amendment here. That was
Thank you.
more of a FYI, because that came up after we finished compiling this amendment for you.
All right, thank you.
And I know you've heard this before, but I really appreciate the clarity of your presentation and the completeness of your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I really appreciate that $9.8 million surplus. So I mean, the clarity's good too, but you know.
Mr. Johnson, I would love to take credit for that, but that was actions taken prior to my arrival, and that was, largely by the board here and then the staff that has done the hard work. Yeah,
We'll let you slide on that one, Mr. Britt. Just add to it. How about that?
that sounds like a plan. Yes, sir.
All right, no other comments. We'll go ahead and vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Mr. Britt.
So the next item I have for you is our audited financial statement presentation. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Adam Skapurik with Anderson Smith White.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Bracy. In front of you should have a bound set of financial statements. We also issued a 3-page letter addressed to the board as the governing body that actually hires us to conduct the audit of management and of the financial statements. This letter to you is just to let you know that the audit went as planned, although there were different members of management on site at the time of our year-end procedures. We still had many of the same audit contacts, accounting staff, payroll staff, finance director staff. Those were all consistent, and those are a lot of the people who we deal with in conducting that audit. And I've worked with Stephen and Dr. Bracy before, and they're all both used to our audit, and we're able to pick up the responsibility of signing off on this report and signing off on the management representation letter that we asked to be signed at the end of the audit. And again, that's all in that letter, just letting you know that the audit still went as planned. Management fully represented that they believe these financial statements are accurate as well. And there were no disagreements in conducting the audit or how to apply certain accounting principles. So that's the summation of the 3-page letter. If you would turn page 1 of the bound financial statements. This is the independent auditor's report. This 2-page letter here at the bottom of page 1 is essentially our opinion paragraph within this letter. And this states basically that we believe that these financial statements are accurately reflecting the financial position of the school board as of June 30, 2020, and the fiscal year then ended. This is what's considered a clean, unmodified opinion letter. So these financial statements, I won't go over all 70 pages. I have about 5 pages that I think are the most important pages within this document. These statements are full of information that accountants love, including liabilities that you'll never have to pay, like your pension liability, your retirement health obligations, those hundreds of millions of dollars that are found on your balance sheet and income statement in those first 2 exhibits. They really muddy up your financial position. So when you look at those first 2 exhibits, to me, those aren't the most important. When you also look at the management's discussion and analysis, a lot of that discussion is about that change in your net position. But your net position is a giant negative $100 million number. Well, you don't have negative $100 million. So When you start adding up the value of all your buildings and the cost of your annual leave and the cost of these pension plans and retirement health plans, it really, like I said, muddies up your true financial position. So as a board, you're most worried about your fund balance, your individual fund sources, your state public school fund, federal grants fund, general fund. Those fund balance numbers are really the numbers you use to make management decisions. So those actually start on Exhibit 3, page 13. First, I just want to point out a couple of numbers on these statements. Exhibit 3 essentially is their balance sheet of your governmental funds. One of the most important funds, your general fund, is the first column. It shows $19 million of cash on hand at the end of the year, $9 million of current liabilities, and $9.8 million of fund balance. Of that fund balance, $14,000 is restricted because it is in the form of receivables that can't be spent until they're collected. And the remaining unassigned fund balance as of June 30, 2020 was $9,854,025. This number last year was $317,000, so an increase of $9.5 million. If you recall, last year we issued a letter basically to management that $317,000 was not enough money. I'm not reissuing that letter this year, but at the same time, when you look at your overall budget, your overall $366.8 million budget, $10 million, a lot bigger than last year, but still not a giant number when you're talking about the grand scheme of a $366 million budget. So again, not reissuing a warning to management about fund balance, but certainly this doesn't mean you're in the clear, so to speak.
So from my understanding, working with local government, and it could be completely wrong, but 10% is a okay fund balance to have. What would you recommend percentage-wise for total budget, or would you even go as far as to recommending a percentage?
There's, long ago, the number, you said 10%, I've heard 7%, but those are percentages for an actual taxing authority. You operate a little differently. Your funding sources are, a lot of funds use it or lose it, or they're appropriated by another government unit, so like the county. So it's hard to just say 7%, 10%. In a district this size, I look at these districts almost as a very large cruise ship. It takes a lot of time to turn things around. Now, you went from using $6 million of fund balance to adding 9.5. That's a boat that did a U-turn in a year, but there's a lot of things that went into that. There's the COVID response, or the COVID cost savings, and also the county's response, the additional funds. On page 4, or Exhibit 4, page 15, you'll see that the general fund county appropriation was $71.7 million. Last year it was $64 million. So that's a huge part of that turnaround. So that wasn't just all internally generated. It was part of the county's help as well. So again, back to your question, I can't just throw a percentage out there, but I do like to see, if you look back at your worst year, last year, $6 million of fund balance usage, in normal circumstances, it sometimes takes 2 or 3 years to turn something like that around. There's decisions that take time to work in as far as finances go. So if you kind of look at, if it takes 3 years to turn a loss into a positive, 3 years times your worst year, that's $18 million. If you look at your state public school fund only, $245 million. Just a 5% change in that is $12.5 million to you. So to throw just a percentage isn't fair, especially when you're talking about a large district with volatile ADM changes, ADM swings, and an unknown future as far as state funding goes. So again, I can't tell you a number, but I would say 10 million is not enough, but I don't want to say it needs to be 20 million either. But it'd be nice to be 20 million.
Well, it would be nice, and just not to be contrary, but, you know, yes, we're not a taxing authority. However, we are providing a service as if we are a taxing authority, much like a very large local government. But, yeah, I mean, there just has to be a number of what we, as a school district, should be considered as healthy fund balance versus we have too much or we have too little. So you're saying somewhere between 10 and 20 million, or am I just taking what you said and then putting it so firm you don't want to stick to it?
If I come back next year and you have $20 million of fund balance, I will happily say that that is a healthy fund balance number.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, again, the general fund, $9.8 million of unassigned fund balance. Your state public school fund and federal grants fund, again, those sources are use or lose it. They do not carry fund balance. You have carryover in them, but not fund balance. The other special revenue fund, your Fund 8, 10 years ago used to be a part of the general fund. Now that's used for restricted grants, state, federal grants, contributions, indirect cost. A lot goes in to that other special revenue fund. It is carrying a fund balance of $1,232,000. And there's also $1.2 million in capital and $2.5 million at your individual schools. Any questions about those governmental fund balances? We already pointed out Exhibit 4, but let's go back to it. Some of the key things I wanted to point out here, that $71 million from the county, last year being $64 million. The other number that helped create that turnaround, your general fund expenditures, $63.3 million compared to $70 million in the previous year. Again, I'd equate those to two reasons, COVID savings and also measures taken before COVID to try to reduce expenditures. I don't know the breakdown of those. I just know that the audited number of expenditures for the year in general fund was $63.3 million, but I would imagine that it's a pretty fair, even split between, again, COVID savings and other measures. Statewide, every district I audit this year has added fund balance to their general fund, even the ones that thought they were going to use it before COVID, because there just are some cost savings around overtime pay, utilities, gas. So there is a statewide breather, so to speak, to add fund balance because the future is unknown, because what you've been talking about for the last 3 or 4 hours, the cost of things after June 30. Remember, this is June 30 numbers. There's the whole decision from July 1 to today about how to spend money, how to operate schools. Even beyond this year of 2021, the state funding in future years, nothing's guaranteed. The long-term impact of this coronavirus, nobody knows yet. So having fund balance going into a year from now or a year and a half from now, I think every district realizes that that's important. So also, again, that $70 million of expenditures compared to $63 million this year helped turn a $5.9 million usage of fund balance to an 9.0 gain in fund balance. You also added $254,000 of fund balance to your other special revenue fund, $498,000 to the capital outlay fund, and $112,000 to the individual school funds. So again, those are the balance sheet and income statements for your governmental funds. After that, we have some budget versus actual expenditures, just showing you that you had no statutory violations. Page 21, Exhibit 7, is the balance sheet for your other two funds, your business-type funds. This would be the School Food Service Fund and the Child Care Fund. Now, we've been talking about fund balance, but for these two funds, they actually have to record their portion of those pension liabilities, the OPEB, other post-employment benefit liabilities. They actually have to record accrued leave directly on their balance sheet. So if you look at the bottom of the page for these funds, your school food service has a negative $9.3 million of fund balance. Obviously, it's not negative $9.3 million. But if you do recall, in that letter issued last year, this school food service fund was also in dire need of funds. But we look at the cash on hand more than the fund balance when it comes to these two funds. Because again, a lot of these liabilities are non-cash liabilities that you'll never pay directly. You pay by paying that 21% retirement rate, which gets factored into every other decision you make, because a $50,000 employee really costs you $75,000, and that's a big reason why. So again, instead of looking at fund balance, we look at cash on hand. And if you look at the top of that exhibit, cash and cash equivalents for the School Food Service Fund, $1,759,000. That's compared to $131,000 of cash on hand a year ago. So a significant increase in cash. The Child Care Fund, $1.6 million compared to $1.7, not much change there. The big item is that School Food Service Fund. That increase in cash is due in large part to COVID funds earmarked for child nutrition, provided to child nutrition because the participation seen in that fund drastically cuts off when the kids don't go to school. It's very difficult to provide meals off-site, and there's a lot of salaries paid out of those funds that continue to be paid after March 16th. So a lot of the federal funds related to COVID and the state funds, a lot of that was used in this fund. I see this kind of as a temporary cash infusion, and what happens from there after June 30th is up to you and up to the Child Nutrition Department as to how many meals you can get into kids' hands and how many staff you can get off of their roles, of their payroll and into other positions. And I think in talking to Stephen this evening, that's, a lot of that was done. There is some additional federal and state funds to be used in the current year to help keep this fund afloat. But this is going to be, for a lot of districts, one of the key cash management issues or potential problems for a lot of districts, because we're seeing across the state a large difference in the meal programs, the summer feeding programs that they're initiating. Several weeks ago, I was at a district with 17,000 kids, only did $700,000 of summer feeding. And then I was in another district a few weeks after that, 4,000 kids, $2 million of summer feeding, pushing that many meals out to students. So all in an attempt to keep that cash balance, because $1.7 million will not last too long if you're not improving or increasing participation, whether through delivering meals or going back to in-person feeding and providing meals in classrooms. So again, $1.7 million, definitely a highlight, but as to how long that sustains or how temporary or non-temporary that is, really is happening right now. So, any questions about either of those funds?
Child care. I have a question about child care.
Yeah, certainly.
When I was a principal, child care was a flow through the central office. It really wasn't a central office asset. They just handled it and paid our employees. And if I sent in a purchase order for playground equipment for child care, it came back to us. So talk a little bit about that for the good of the order.
I imagine it would still operate as the same way as what you're referring to. It was just maybe you didn't know that the funding was segregated into a separate fund. So the child care fund is still used for those purposes, for those requisitions. You can see, though, when you look on page 22, the $1 million of child care fees received this year, $809,000 goes to salary and benefits, $336,000 goes to materials and supplies. Some of those materials and supplies might be playground equipment, but probably not a whole lot. So this fund, especially this year, is a payroll heavy fund, but it even in the past, it was still a separate fund. The funds are just maintained in the central office, but they are separated. Because it is a fee-for-service type operation, you charge a fee and pay the salaries corresponding to that fees. Because of that, it has its own fund. It's considered a proprietary fund, a business-type fund, and it's separated and managed like you would any other after-school care or before-school care activity. So again, March 16th happens, this fund's revenue stream disappears. There is no federal or state funding for this. This is to continue to pay individuals, to not provide a service for that produces a fee is a local decision. It's going to cost local dollars. So luckily, they do have $1.6 million on hand, but again, the sustainability of this fund really depends on how much or how quickly you can move some of that payroll off of this fund. I hope that answers your question. Okay, thank you.
I just didn't want us to think we had $1 million that belonged to the district. It really is school funds.
Yeah, it to be used on childcare, but there are no federal or state requirements restricting that to childcare only. So there is the ability to use this for other purposes. You can charge the childcare fund an indirect cost and charge them for the fact that they don't have their own payroll department, their own accounting department, that they benefit from the electricity bills paid by the local system. So that $1.7 million, $1.6 million really is available for spending in other sources, but I'd be curious as to how much money is in that fund today. Because I don't, again, that comes down to, are there still people being employed in this capacity and being paid out of this fund or not? All right. After that, we have the footnotes, a bunch of information on your accounting policies, a lot of reconciliations between those fund statements and those first two exhibits. A lot of information on the pension and retirement benefits. Page 59 is another child nutrition fund schedule that I like to point out. So this is a non-GAAP schedule. It actually kind of separates operational expenditures from those pension and OPEB expenditures. So you see 2/3 of the way down the page, revenues over expenditures, $1,557,000. To me, that is more of an operational net income than the $1.9 million at the bottom of the page. Those two numbers do mirror each other this year, but oftentimes they do not, because there are significant fluctuations in the pension liability, in the post-employment benefits. The retirement health liability, your portion of it alone is $380 million. So any small fluctuation in that plan statewide, which is in the billions, affects you by millions of dollars, and then by affecting you also affects that child nutrition fund. Even though it's a small piece of the total pie, it's still giant fluctuations calculated by actuaries. And so that really will influence net income or the change in fund balance. But page 59 gives more of a non-GAAP schedule that just gives us true operational net income. And that $1.5 million of net income is a number that has not been seen in that fund for a number of years. They've been cash poor for a long time. So that, again, that is a significant turnaround, but that is largely fueled by COVID supplemental funds. So after that, we have the compliance section of the report. There's 3 letters here, 1 letter on internal controls, 1 letter on compliance with federal requirements, 1 letter on compliance with state requirements for the state and federal programs that we audited as major this year. The internal control letter says that we had no deficiencies in internal controls noted. The 2 compliance letters said we noted no question cost, no findings related to the state and federal programs that we audited, which were on the federal side, the EC program, and on the state side, it was the State Public School Fund, your DPI buses, and your state COVID-19 supplemental funds. So, again, all in all, a very good report, but a cautiously optimistic report. So,
Any other questions? We appreciate you presenting this to us, appreciate all your time and going through our audit and making sure that we're doing exactly what we need to be doing as a school system. And we just, now we give the charge to Mr. Britt to continue to build that fund balance. And hopefully next year he can come back and tell us we do have a healthy fund balance.
that's right.
So we appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our our November meeting. Seems like time's flying, but as Ms. Gill said, tomorrow is Veterans Day at Triple S at 11 o'clock, and then from 12 to 2, they've got a drive-through for all of our veterans. We thank all of our veterans that are still with us and the ones that are no longer with us. We appreciate all their service to our country and what they mean to us in Johnston County. And we just thank all of the schools that are going to be involved tomorrow in our Veterans Day service. Even though it's going to be a little bit different than previous years, we do appreciate, Dr. Bracy, you carrying forward that and making sure that Veterans Day is not overlooked and we miss out on that. With that being said, our next board meeting will be Tuesday, December the 8th, at 4 o'clock for closed session, 5 o'clock for open session. And just one last time, thank you, Dr. Smith, for everything you've done for the school system as an administrator and as well as on the Board of Education. Teresa, thank you very much for everything you've done for me and my family as well as this school system. Greatly appreciate it. And we don't want you guys to be strangers, but you have a special place in our hearts. So thank y'all very much. With that being said, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion by Ms. Grant, second by Mr. Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 6-0. We're adjourned.